Hello. The U.S. Vice President, Kamala Harris, is starting a 9-day visit to Africa in Ghana. From Ghana, she will travel to Tanzania and Zambia. Vice President's visit is part of the U.S. effort to compete with other global powers in Africa, especially China and Russia. During her visit, she plans to strengthen economic ties with the continent. This is taking place in a continent that is currently dominated by Chinese investments. The struggle for Africa's natural resources has remained the primary attraction of global powers for centuries. The challenge the US is facing is that, unlike the US, its main competitor, China, does not get involved in the internal affairs of the countries where they invest. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 10:30 a.m. in New York City, 6:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, and 8:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you're watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today is Peoples Gazette Samuel Ogundipe. Samuel will tell us the stories behind the visit of Nigeria's Chief Justice, Olukayode Ariwoola, to London, which Peoples Gazette broke. He will also take your questions about the media in Nigeria. So please join us as we welcome to the show Samuel Ogundipe. Samuel. Samuel, welcome to the show.
Okay.
Disconnected.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for having me.
Yeah, it's nice
to pleasure to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much for making time. I know you are very busy. The job of a reporter doesn't end. There's no weekend.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
All right, let's start from the beginning. The story that we just told about Harris, the Vice President of the United States, coming to Africa. Why is she not coming to Nigeria? Do you know?
I'm afraid no public disclosures were made, around why she would be visiting Nigeria. But of course, it's not inspiring any confidence, about the Nigeria's place in Africa. If someone like the Vice President of the United States is visiting the continent, and Nigeria is not on the list. I mean, there usually is a way that you want to. If you are going to Asia, you know that you must have India in mind. That's like the cradle, right? And if you are coming to Africa, Nigeria almost always should be the priority. But recently we've seen since following up. I mean, after Obasanjo, George Bush was in Nigeria about twice under Obasanjo for different meetings. But under since Obasanjo left office, we've been seeing U.S. presidents not prioritizing Nigeria. Obama was in Ghana. He spent 8 years in office and visited Africa about 2 or 3 times or something. And I'm surprised that he never visited Nigeria. Not even once. It doesn't inspire confidence. We are not saying that the other countries they are visiting is bad. They are still part of Africa, but Nigeria just has a place that everybody envies, on the continent, and we thought that we should do something. Other than that, I don't know why Kamala is not visiting Nigeria, but I'm sure that the Vice President's team must have put a lot of things into consideration in picking the countries that were eventually selected for the trip.
And then the other issue that the president-elect, their team, the team of the president-elect, they'll be making an issue of that is Biden not sending any message of congratulations to the president-elect. What is the issue with that?
Well, that may be different, right, from the Vice President Kamala Harris's trip, in selecting countries. But the one on the president-elect Bola Tinubu, we don't really know specifically, but from the feelers, it seems like in diplomatic circles, they are trying to say that it seems like Tinubu's matter, we have not seen the end, of it. So many countries are being reluctant, to quickly congratulate Tinubu, not necessarily because of his reputation, but also because they are seeing legal challenge, that may be potent. They also analyze, they know Nigerian law, they analyze things, but the story that we did was that the Vice President Biden, unlike previous American presidents, did not congratulate the president-elect Bola Tinubu, and when we gave instances in which they congratulated previous presidents, in our country. But why is this different? Then the president-elect team, started, trying to fact check and do all sort of, nonsense in the media that the U.S. congratulated Bola Tinubu, on his election or declaration as president. But that's different from the president's office, the White House, issuing a congratulatory message. The State Department is like the foreign office. Of course, the State Department must have taken its decision, with the support. Either, it's almost default actually. The Secretary of State could, just feel like, look, it's by default. Let's just any new president anywhere in the world, as long as it's a country with diplomatic ties to the United States, they will issue automatic congratulatory message. But there's another layer, which is the president of that country, actually coming out to publicly also endorse and congratulate, the winner of our election and say, look, we look forward to either visiting your country or welcoming you to the White House in Washington and all that, to strengthen bilateral relations and all that. We didn't see that in the context, of Bola Tinubu, and it's quite frightening because Nigeria is, like the cradle of Africa. How could the president emerge? I mean, when Ruto emerged in Kenya, the Biden, there was a statement, congratulating him and all that. So why should Nigerian president elect be ignored? So it's really disconcerting, for people who care about the place of Nigeria on the continent, at least.
All right, let's look at some of the headlines in today's newspapers. One of them is the death of Oladipo Dear. What do we know about him since he left office as Abacha's deputy? Dia's
situation, for the family, we condole, his family at this, this moment. Of course, he was pretty much a senior citizen before his passing overnight, and we condole with the family. However, we could take, more like a cautionary tale, from his life and then the last days. How was he, during his days in the military? And then how did he end up? It's more like a cautionary tale, from my perspective, it could have been, better celebrated, following his passing and even before he died. But he became, unfortunately, due to his role in the Abacha and even preceding hunters, before Abacha, but specifically Abacha, and all that. So he left office not so, he left power, he left, the corridors of power, not so celebrated. But ultimately, he while he didn't necessarily receive any accolades following after leaving office. He tried as much as he could also to stay away from controversies, in the public, even though as a former general. So I think that played to his credit, in allowing, successive administrations under the civil rule, to do things without, it's not every day that you see DR coming out to criticize anybody or, commenting unnecessarily about issues and all that. So he carried himself well in that light. But the point is, when he was in power, how did he handle power, as the chief of staff or the chief of general staff, which was chief of staff, supreme headquarters, how did he handle things? But ultimately, maybe people will learn one or two things from his life and now afterlife.
Now, the other story in the news was the DSS issuing threats essentially to everybody, saying that there are people plotting to destabilize the country, and that that they are ready to make sure that that doesn't happen. What do you know about this?
As far as I'm concerned, with due respect to the fact that the SSS is an established constitutional body, in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Our prime domestic intelligence office, but it's just not, SSS is no longer what it used to be. The SSS has become, something else, issuing statements like if you are in a fascist state, as if, you are talking about under Mussolini or, or the former Lenin or something, it doesn't, or Hitler, it doesn't even, the statements are really, to me, the statements are too pedestrian, for to be coming from an institution, a domestic intelligence institution, saying, "Oh, we are monitoring those who are commenting on social media. We are monitoring you, and that anybody who has any issue, with the way the election turned out, should go to court. And people are already in court. So why should people be commenting about the issues that are already in court in the public? It's risks of an organization, I'm afraid, that has lost, its core, basis for existence, in Nigeria. SSS is supposed to be above board. If you see a statement from the SSS, which will be extremely rare, if you see it ordinarily, you know very well that everything is broad-based. It is professional, it is necessary, absolutely necessary for that statement to come out. But that's not what we have. We now have, partisan individuals in charge of domestic intelligence office. They don't even focus on that. They are in the pockets of politicians, and it is unfortunate. It's unfortunate that, this is what we have. There's a lot going wrong in the country, security-wise, that the SSS is supposed to be focused on. But unfortunately, its budget is booted. It's so whatever it even has to actually carry out anything, probably will be enough to pay salaries of workers. So the agency has been reduced, to be a partisan, a pedestrian organization being used in that manner. So, but of course, Nigerians don't take the SSS seriously. Even the SSS knows that it's not taken seriously by Nigerians. So that's why they just keep doing what they are doing, to also get some engagement. Now that they're on Twitter, to see whether they will get followers, to see whether their spokesman will get followers, and and also see whether how to brag about their presence. They are not creating fear in any Nigerian. They are not. And that's to tell you how sad things have become. Nigerians are just going there and even insulting them because they know that they are not capable of anything really.
Now, if you look at the statement they issued, I think today or yesterday, and that of Festus Keyamo, it sounded similar when Festus was writing them to say they should go and arrest P2B. What do you think about that? One of the common things they mentioned was the issue of fake news, and they said they are going to crack down on fake news. When you hear that, what do you hear?
Well, quite frankly, like I said, the SSS and the APC, people in power right now, or even PDP, it depends on which states, or what influence, you have, and how deep your pocket is. SSS is easily influenced by anybody, in the country with some resources to deploy, so SSS and statements seeming to equal Festus Keyamo is hardly surprising. They are not going to go after Festus Keyamo. Festus Keyamo is all over there, distributing false fake news, making false, statements that will inflame the quality. That's what we are seeing, with Festus. But the SSS is not going to say anything because the SSS knows, very well its own boundaries, and it's the same thing that you use. The same thing is if you go to the section of the government of the day, you see a lot of fabricated information, being circulated in their own portals around their own conversation, and that's what you see. You see this typical one from Keyamo, in which he was, accusing Labour of rigging, so that you can't say, oh, it was only APC that rigged. Labour also rigged. That's what they are trying to say here, right? Yeah. And then accusing Labour.
Yeah.
This is pure propaganda, using false information to bamboozle the public,
But the fact that this has been called out and they did not take it down. He did not take it down. Festus did not take it down.
Yeah. That's to tell you how much he doesn't care.
And nothing is happening there in terms of the DSS that is talking about fake news. Didn't do anything. Also, we have this from Bayo Nanoga, who is also threatening people with. Let me show you his Facebook, Twitter page. And you see certain things that he tweets. And I want to know if you think this is something you expect from someone who works very closely with the president-elect. This is Bayo. I don't know if you can see this or the viewers can see this. Okay, this is Bayo's Twitter page, and basically calling people all those sons of bitches tweeting the hashtag Tinubu, the drug dealer. Your days are numbered. Now, when you see this, what do you think about the possible government of Bola Tinubu and what it will mean for Nigerians, especially those in the media, social media, and all those?
I mean, look, we expect it to be rather chilling, when these people come fully power by, in another 2 months thereabouts, because they understand very well the power of the media. Bayo Ononuga, Bola Tinubu, these are the people who led, serious media, onslaught against the Abacha era. Don't forget, using their, different publications out of Lagos, and that's what people are saying today about Bayo Ononuga, that you were very, very much involved in the whole, pro-democracy campaign media roles and every other thing at the time. So how did you get here, right? So these people understand what it means to crack down the power of the media, and not just to crack down, and how to do it, and they've been, so far you can see them, insulting Buhari, saying that, oh, Buhari does not know how to use power, that as soon as they come to power, they've been tweeting it, people like, Bayo, people like all their supporters on social media, their enforcers being Olorun and some of these other people. They've been tweeting that, Buhari, Tinubu is not going to be like Buhari in the area of handling media, because they know the damage that the media can be used to do, because they have done it before. They've been there. So they've done it well. So they know very well what it means, and then they are not going to allow it. So they know how to crack down. They know the insidious, plot, to make sure that the media. So it can be very, very chilling how far they are going to go, to make sure that they dominate the conversation.
Now, Samuel, look at this tweet. This was on March 21st. It says that Peter Obi of Labour Party seeks the annulment of the election of President-elect Bola Tinubu just like the military annulled MKO Abiola's election of 12th June to 1993. So how did can you explain this to viewers?
There's no correlation. It's just trying to whip up, sentiment, around the fact that Tinubu's election is going to be an annulment, because they are not confident, right, about what may happen, as the case, goes through the tribunal stages. So that's probably why you are seeing, things like this being talked about. They are projecting Bola Tinubu as, Moshood Abiola, and as such, anything to truncate his election, even if it's, constitutionally appropriate, and by, it's through the Supreme Court and everything, they will still see it as an annulment. They will say, oh, they didn't allow Abiola to get there, and so they didn't allow Olukayode to get there, and so Bola Tinubu is also suffering the same fate. Even though the contexts, are quite different. Olukayode contested the election, he lost. Up to the Supreme Court. Abiola contested the election, he won. He was truncated by the military. He was annulled by fiat, the military fiat. But it's different in the context of this. Bola Tinubu contested the election. He was declared winner, and the court intervened. Through the judicial process, and the court has the final say. So the contexts are quite different. There is no basis for comparison when you look at these issues. But of course, they just need to rally their base, and they don't need facts, they don't need context, they don't need anything. They can strip anything of any context just to project whatever they want to put out there. Most of these things, they are not necessarily doing it to those who are not Tinubu supporters. They are doing these things just for Tinubu supporters who will take anything that they put out at face value.
All right. For our viewers, I just want them to know that in another 30-something minutes, we let them join us and have a conversation with someone. Let's look at this one. This one was just the day, I think, March 18th. He wrote, that's bio, that let 2023 be the last time of Igbo interference in Lagos politics. Let there be no repeat in 2027. Lagos, like Anambra, Imo, and any state, any Nigerian state, it's not no man's land, not Federal Capital Territory. It is Yoruba, it is Yoruba land. Mind your business. So this is somebody who, as a young reporter, you should. They are the veterans of the industry, and young reporters. I was too a young reporter, and I used to read the news when they started the news. Him and his friends, and you have respect for people like that. To see him writing this stuff like this, how do you feel about that? Can you hear me, Samuel?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You said, how do I feel about what?
About seeing this tweet that he sent out on March 18th, where he was saying, did you hear what I read it out? That let 2023 be the last time the Igbo interference in Lagos politics. Let there be no repeat in 2027. Lagos is like Anambra, Imo, any Nigerian state. It is not no man's land or Federal Capital Territory. It is Yoruba land. Mind your business. When you read something like this from someone who should be an elder, a veteran of your industry, how do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, Bayo's situation is particularly, with due respect to him, unfortunate, because he's a senior citizen. He's about 65, thereabouts. So he's not somebody that I want to really cast aspersion on his character. Not by virtue of the fact that he was, a journalist as well, but that, he's a senior citizen, and one has to be, minimal in how much you go. You can only pity the situation other than that. You can only pity the man's situation. What happened to him? Nobody really knows, what's going on, So when you see something like this, the only way you could, is to offer your sympathy. That's all. Because otherwise, you just end up find yourself, stooping to his level, to what he has decided to do to himself. Why he would do this, I don't know what is worth, Bayo Onanuga doing this to himself and his family. You have a family, and there's a way you do things, in a manner that will just extend the legacy, to your immediate family members, But when he has decided to go down this road, Nigerians should offer, prayers, to Bayo, just so that, something may happen. Otherwise, his position is not necessarily as bad as we are reading what Bayo has said, as untenable. That to even think of what he said is bad enough. To even think of it, much less actually putting it out there in the public. At a time that you have, foreign diplomats saying that, look, I would be surprised to see Bayo, somewhere in the West, like the UK or in the US, anytime soon, given what he had, probably he knows that he's been banned. Maybe he knows that he's no longer going to be able to enter the United States. So he's just doubling back. There's no point. So I should just be saying whatever I wanted to say. They banned me anyway because of what I've said. So because if not, I don't see him being able to enter those countries because he has clearly incited violence, right? He has done it clearly. So there is no way, unless he's able to appeal for whatever reasons, and then maybe he will be forgiven later on. But what he has done, I think, qualifies. And even in the diplomatic circles, they are talking about how disturbing it is. And if they tell you that what he did is disturbing, it means that they've taken action on their own part without necessarily coming out to say it, and all that. But his position, like I said, is not necessarily unique, as bad as it is. Let's pay attention. The Tinubu's wife, who is about the closest person to him alive, right? She has uttered even worse, anti-Igbo diatribe in the past. So we have to also contextualize that. So if Bayo is talking this way, Tinubu's wife cannot stand the Igbo, imagine what Tinubu is, how Tinubu feels about the Igbo. You understand? So if, by now, this man should not, there should have been an official statement, but he's still the one running the Tinubu media, coordinating the entire Tinubu media structure. That is how disturbing this is. By now, this man should have been, become a pariah. He should not be seen, in company of decent people in the society. I'm sorry. Bayo Onanuga should not be seen in company of decent people, given what he has put out. But because he said it on behalf of, somebody that himself, his position is clear, he doesn't, these guys, just like the president, current president, they are not hiding the fact that, look, they want ethnic supremacy. They are for ethnic supremacy. They are not hiding it. And I hope that Tinubu is able to correct that impression. Because no matter how you look at it, the way we are going, it doesn't seem like the Supreme Court is going to issue anything, before Tinubu is sworn in 2 months. So therefore, we all have to be prepared, for Tinubu's presidency. And if that's the case, then we expect Tinubu to carry himself as a leader of Nigeria. You cannot carry yourself as a leader of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And your chief spokesman, your literal face, in the public is saying things like this without any action whatsoever from you. Without, in some cases, if Bayo knew that Tinubu will not tolerate this, he won't say it. So saying this in the public is because he knows very well that he is not saying anything contrary to the position of his principal. That's the only way.
That's interesting. I look at it. Yeah. Now look at this way. The DSS. Forget about Tinubu. Maybe Tinubu is in alliance with Bayo, and we don't even want to talk about Femi Fani-Kayode and what that one is saying. But what about the DSS trying to plead or trying to basically threaten people, saying we want people to behave well and don't divide the country. But they are not saying anything to these actors like Bayo or even MC or Olumo. What do you think about him and the fact that they are about talking about dealing with people, but they didn't mention anybody like that, people like this in their statement?
Yeah, I mean, again, we've spoken about the SSS and what the SSS has become. So, it's just going to be a repetition of what I previously said. The SSS is not your typical country first institution. When you are the State Security Service, your name is clear: State Security. You are for the state. You are for the nation. You are not an individual security service. But what we have seen is an SSS that has no, it's not, it's SSS is suffering from the same thing that many institutions in Nigeria, are suffering, which is basically lack of competence and lack of, institutional backing. That look, we are an institution. All of us would rather resign than allow our offices to be used as a tool for political partisanship. We've gotten to a certain level in our lives, as directors in the SSS, that we will not take orders, a partisan order from politicians. We won't. So we have to stay above board. But that's not what we are seeing. So when you see them ignoring Uluomo, ignoring versus Keyamo or Bayo Ononuga, or the hordes of APC and Tinubu Buhari, enforcers, who are extremely divisive, very, very, very ruthless, online and all that. It's just simply because they are telling you that we can't go after these people by virtue of who they are loyal to. And Nigerians can see it easily. Nigerians can see, and that's why I said that no Nigerian takes the SSS seriously when it comes to that. Because the SSS is invariably saying, look, we are helpless in this situation. We don't want this. We are against it. They can be saying that publicly. We are against it, but we won't be able to go after those who are actually doing it from that side. But they are condemning their action. They can see the actors, but they cannot go after them because they don't have, the strength, what it takes. Nobody wants to lose his job. There's a director cannot risk his career to say, look, I need to publicly condemn, issue a statement from the SSS, condemning, calling out Festus Keyamo, calling out, we allow free speech in our country. But these people, what they are now saying, has gone beyond. It's no longer, this is violence. This is outright demand, outright call to violence that these people are doing, which is a way. There's no sensible human alive today who will tell you that, you should be allowed to call for violence in a country, in a society. No, not even journalists like us. We won't be part of calling for, allowing people to publicly, use violence, right? In the manner that those people are doing. So the SSS cannot. If the SSS publicly names those who are committing violence, on the part of APC, on the part of PDP, on the part of Labour, on the part of NNPP, or whatever political party, as long as you do it in a balanced manner, you have no issue. But what they will do is to go and secretly carry members of the opposition, arrest them, force them to make, confessional videos, force them to do this, to try and, intimidate them, debase them, no matter how they want to do, while leaving the big actors who have big platforms to incite violence just because they are basically on the part of the government of the day. That's basically the president. Tinubu is, almost, because he's going to be everything that the government will be doing right now. Everything is going to be tailored with what does Tinubu want. Every agency of government right now is no longer thinking about Buhari, how he's president. No, it is what does Tinubu want. They are tailoring themselves towards Tinubu, towards Tinubu's vision and everything. So they expect Tinubu to take office, right? And then they expect to be able to justify the fact that their own agenda, what they've been pushing in different ministries, in different agencies and all that, that everything is in line with Tinubu's own agenda. That's what they are doing now. They don't care about Buhari anymore. Buhari is as good as gone.
Now, there's a story about the DSS and the military and Godwin Emefiele, the central bank governor. What most people don't understand what happened there. What really happened? How could the DSS be looking for the central bank governor to arrest, demanding for his arrest, and then the military providing security for the central bank governor? What actually happened for those viewers who've been reading these stories and do not understand what happened there? What happened?
Oh, well, I mean, basically, it's just the SSS feeling like, look, this guy has done something wrong. Fundamentally, he went after the constitution, right? Because he was involved in terrorism, which is illegal in Nigeria, right? He was involved, financing terrorism is terrorism, right? So he did this, he did that. These are extremely grave charges, right? But because of how it came, that it came from the SSS through a section of the APC, right? That was seemed to be more loyal to Tinubu and not directly from the Buhari or not Buhari's agenda, and the entire Naira notes, because they saw everything as being against Tinubu. So they were trying to quickly do that. But the Buhari side, which is still in office, which still has powers as of today to fire anybody at the SSS, had to rein them in. So Buhari was initially looking, but Buhari's people had to come in to say, look, if you try this, we'll go and announce your dismissal from office. So they had to threaten the SSS and make the SSS cool down. So people reported this was, Sahara reporters looked into this matter, and they were able to get some information out of this to say, look, the SSS, the chief of army staff or chief of defense staff or something, provided security to Irabo. It provided security to Emefiele when he came in, military security, right? So, and then the SSS did not want to confront the military. The military is under the commander-in-chief, and so is the SSS. So that was something like that coming is just rather unfortunate, but basically Nigerians should know that there was a serious power play then. Now we are not seeing that because we already have a president now. So if really Emefiele is to be arrested, I think they'll pick him up. But probably because Tinubu does not have his time now, Tinubu is expecting Emefiele to know his position, right? to know he knows his own, he knows his place now. So he will know how to find himself, how to find his way when the time comes. So Tinubu does no longer cares about anything like that.
Mm. All right, this is the picture that started it all. This is a picture of the Chief Justice of Nigeria. So let's start from the beginning. What can you tell us about this story? That's why we have you here today, and everybody is interested in hearing from you. How did you hear about this, and whatever you can reveal? I don't want to reveal your sources, but anything you can reveal, tell us the story behind this.
Oh, well, the story is just, we got the story through, similar means of getting stories, right? We are a news organization, and every now and then we have, strong sources who are in strong position, and then they feel like they have enough information to disclose about a matter. Sometimes they are conflicted. Sometimes they just, they want to be loyal, to the principal, or to, just want to be loyal. They don't want to rock the boat. But sometimes they see things, that are just too bad for the country, right? And rather than keep quiet, they try as much as they could, to say something about it. The Chief Justice of Nigeria was, days before we reported the story on the 23rd, which was, I would imagine, Thursday or something. We initially had 2 days earlier somebody, tipped us off. Is strong sub person at the Supreme Court tipped us off and said, look, this is another judiciary matter had happened. That was how even the person put it, another, because the person, supplied, information to us before that we published before. Don't forget, in 2020, we reported that the Chief Justice Tanko was in Dubai receiving health, medical treatments and all that. He was not able to function. That was in 2020, around December. And he remained in office until last year, when our sources again at the Supreme Court sent information that, look, associate justices were protesting, and that they had even written a scathing petition against the CJN, demand, basically calling him a corrupt, incompetent Chief Justice. And they were saying that they wanted to demand his resignation for him to leave office. When we got the documents and we reported the story, the initial reaction everywhere was that this cannot be true. There was no way associate justices who were seeing the Supreme Court, the CJN every day. So why wouldn't they just communicate with him verbally, rather than there was no way they could have written a memo, attacking the Chief Justice in the memo that we cited, calling it fake. Some editors were all, reaching our newsroom and trying to ask us, how could this be? This has never happened. We said, look, we are confident about our story. So if the Supreme Court wants to issue a statement that it is not true, the Supreme Court may go ahead to issue a statement that it's not true, right? So, but how we got it from the Supreme Court? So, days later, the Chief Justice issued a statement, acknowledging the concerns of, other judges, just as we reported, and then stepping down from office, saying that he was resigning because of his health. No, it was because we blew the story, and it was no longer something that could be contained within the Supreme Court. So the Chief Justice had to resign. That was how he resigned. We've reported since 2020 that he was ill. He spent weeks in Dubai. He didn't resign then. When the illness locked him down in Dubai, he didn't resign then. But it was over 2 years later, when justices wrote, complaining about his corruption, within themselves. And all the justices that signed the letter and the letter had made everything public. So it was no longer something that could be contained within the Supreme Court. So the Chief Justice felt like it was right about time for him to bow out. And that was how he bowed out of power as well. So we have very strong sources inside the Supreme Court, which is what every media, any serious media organization should be able to do once you have the capacity. So we have our sources again coming to tell us that the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, this time around, Ariwoola, has been in London. Evidence that he was in London was provided. How he left Nigeria, we got the information. So after we received our information from the sources, because when we look at, because these are sources that we previously vetted, so we knew the capacity of the sources. When we now got this latest one, we still, despite the fact that these were sources that are highly confidential, trusted rather, and properly vetted previously, we still had to ask additional questions. Those questions were answered, and then afterwards, we decided to reach the Supreme Court. For 2 days, we were contacting Soji Oye of the National Judicial Council and Festus Akande of the Supreme Court. These are the 2 spokespersons. Any media organization anywhere in the world, if you have a story about an institution, you contact the spokesperson for that institution. The spokesperson's role is to interface with the media, to put, if there's any information that's about to go out, the person has been contacted, the person will then go and make findings, come back, to the reporter and say, okay, this is our position on this particular matter. For 2 days, we tried to get the Supreme Court to tell us what was the Chief Justice doing in London. What was he doing there? The court has been in recess. The court has been in session, not in recess. The court has been in session. So why would the Chief Justice just leave Nigeria quietly? Who did he tell? He didn't tell anybody now. This is the Chief Justice. In any serious country, movements of not even the Chief Justice, judges, judges are publicly filed. Associate justices of the Supreme Court must disclose any trip. In the case of United States, over $415, you must disclose your movement to the citizens so that people can see. Transparency is extremely key. So they couldn't respond to us. And that was how we knew. And our sources were clear that they had something to hide. And we felt like, look, the best for us was to blow the meeting to the Nigerian people so that the meeting will not hold. Because we couldn't guarantee that we would know, we would have the information when they meet, where they were going to meet specifically, and then what they will be discussing. So we felt that why should this meeting even hold in the first place? If we are not going to get what specifically Tinubu, the president-elect, who is having legal, is facing legal challenges now, and the Supreme Court, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, who is going to empanel member, who is going to oversee the entire judicial challenge to legal challenge to Bola Tinubu's victory. Why should they be meeting? And why should they not tell Nigerians? They could easily meet in public, have a handshake. There's no problem about that. They could meet at an occasion. As soon as Bola Tinubu is sworn in, you could meet the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice and the President are holding a meeting. As long as it is disclosed, I'm not sure that there's anything untoward. I'm sure that Buhari must have met several Chief Justices, in the course of his administration, that might, at the surface at the villa or something. So, but why do this abroad? We didn't know. We didn't know everything, about what they were going to do. So we didn't have that information. But what we had certainly was that the Chief Justice was hibernating, at a hotel in London for reasons that he never disclosed, that nobody knew. And that for 2 days, directors, communication directors, as in both the Supreme Court itself and then the National Judicial Council, couldn't tell us. So we felt that, look, rather than just hold this story forever, let's immediately let Nigerians know that this thing is taking place. So immediately, of course, we gave them like 2 days. That was like 2 days in advance for the Chief Justice to know that that meeting has blown. It's no longer going to hold. So it was a coincidence that the day that we dropped the story, he was also returning to Nigeria on the same day, right? And so far, the Supreme Court has been unable to come out to tell Nigerians that the Chief Justice was away in London for so and so reasons, and then show Nigerians the documents backing that trip. So that, because it is the Supreme Court, and our role, we are journalists, we are media practitioners, we are not prosecutors, we are not judges. Our own is to see and quickly raise alarm about something that is fishy that we've seen. We didn't convict the Chief Justice. We didn't hold meeting. We never said they held meeting. We said that they were going to meet. From the opening paragraph of our story to the end, it was that, including the sources at the Supreme Court that we cited in our story, that we quoted in verbatim in our story, it was that they were going to meet, and the plan was for them to meet in London. Bola Tinubu left the country quietly, at the same time. And so we already got information that the Chief Justice was in London and that he was going to be meeting Bola Tinubu even before Bola Tinubu, before we got to know that Bola Tinubu had departed Nigeria. Don't forget, Sahara reporters dropped the story on the 22nd that Bola Tinubu had fled Nigeria. Was flown out. I'm sorry, that Bola Tinubu was flown out of Nigeria. On the 22nd. Nobody knew it before then. We got our story from the 21st. And then we reported 23rd, 2 days apart. We contacted the both of them. So everything is recorded, everything is documented.
So
this is how we do things here. We can't just have a school. And some people were saying, oh, we only saw a picture of him leaving Nigeria, the wheelchair picture. No, it was that, look, this man disguised leaving the country. He didn't say the purpose. He didn't disclose the purpose properly through official channels that he was taking him abroad. He didn't. He just left, sat on the wheelchair, pushed out. Everybody could use wheelchair. There's no doubt about that. That was not in the, I mean, that was not the basis of our story. The basis of our story was that when he also got one, he also used wheelchair. And,
sorry about that.
When he got to London, he also used wheelchair to the hotel. And immediately he got to the hotel from the reception. Right? He started walking. And the next day, the day after, he was still cited by our sources who took pictures of him at the hotel, walking and was very free, doing his thing there. So that was exactly what happened. We just said that this Supreme Court Chief Justice of a nation going to sit down in a hotel abroad is odd. It's improper.
So first of all, the Supreme Court in their statement said he went for medical treatment. Was there any proof or evidence that he went for medical treatment abroad?
No, I'm afraid there was no statement. If there had been a statement from the Supreme Court, we would have used it.
No, after the fact, when he came back.
Yeah, no, there was no statement. The Supreme Court, as far as People's Gazette is concerned, has not responded to this matter, has not issued any statement. The only thing we've seen is the Supreme Court trying to use their, the PR people in the media, to try to, to put a subterfuge on Nigerians, to try to make this, an issue, that is a non-issue. No, it's not a non-issue. The Supreme Court sent out a video, right? Supreme Court people recorded a video, gave the video to their media, PR people, who then sent the video out that he was praying in the mosque on Friday, right? The video was not contextualized in any way. He might be praying in the mosque on Friday, but People's Gazette story was on Friday, the Thursday afternoon, a day before. Was he in London or was he not in London? Supreme Court should not be seen doing dishonorable things like this. It's embarrassing. Trying to fool the public, because the only thing they said was that, oh, he was seen at the mosque, but without saying that, oh, he was in London or not the day before. So they just wanted to fool Nigerians, thinking that Nigerians, it was still in the dark days when people cannot open their eyes to know that something is wrong or to be able to see. This is a jet age. This is the age of the internet, right? People could see that. People were saying that, well, London to Nigeria is only 6 hours. You can't just put out a video and say that he's praying on Friday afternoon. It's London to Nigeria is only 6 hours. Was he in London or not? That's what we want to know. You don't use your media, PR people in the media who just to make money from you or whatever you want to give them money, who are happy to collect and do whatever they want to do. And then it was after that we were seeing different media bodies saying that the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice admitted that, he was in London from March 18 until March 23rd. It came back on the same day that our story went public. Our story went live on our website. Meanwhile, we've been working on the story for 2 days, and the Supreme Court, 2 spokespersons, Supreme Court and the NJC, both of them with close association with the, work closely with the Chief Justice, that they had already been aware of, So it's very, very simple. The Supreme Court ought to have told us the situation of the Chief Justice, when we asked, rather than, abruptly hanging up the call and refusing to take the call again for the next 24, 48 hours. The NJC, rather than saying, oh, we don't know where the Supreme Court Justice is, we cannot comment on that, it's only the Supreme Court that can do that, should have told us that, oh, the Chief Justice was here on so date, he's at home or abroad or wherever he might be. It's as simple as that. So the Supreme Court or Tinubu coming out to deny that they had any, they didn't meet. We didn't say that they met. We said that they were going to meet, and they had that plan. That's why both of them quietly left Nigeria without disclosing. That was what they wanted to do. So this, as of yet, the Supreme Court has not issued any statement. It is just some people in the media citing a Supreme Court spokesperson, Festus Akonde, the same person that could not respond to us for 2 days about the whereabouts of the Supreme Court, of the Chief Justice. Is the same person that some people are quoting in the media as telling them that the Chief Justice traveled on the 18th and then returned on the 25th on medical, trip to London. That was what they said. But where did he stay in London? Was he at the hospital, or were the doctors coming to the hotel where we saw him and had pictures of him where he was? Were they staying there? Right? So where did they meet him? All these things must be clarified. The Supreme Court is supposed to be above board, rather than playing this, throwing religious card into it, throwing sentiments, undue sentiments, about the Chief Justice. We don't need this. What we need is actual evidence of how the Supreme Court traveled, the decision before he traveled, those who were in the know before he traveled. When did he come back into the country? And how and every other thing should be disclosed to the Nigerian people. It is the way things are done. It is the way things are done.
All right.
So the Supreme Court deliberately did not issue statements because the Supreme Court knows very well that a statement, it can be held responsible to a statement that it releases on this matter. That is why, and they don't know what we have. So the Supreme Court is being extremely careful. So that's why they are using media, they are, throwing money to the media to try to, downplay the story, using their own narrative. That's what they are doing, rather than focus on responding to the actual issues surrounding the Supreme Court, the Justice's trip, the Chief Justice's trip. They are not doing that. What they are doing, basically, is trying to pull wool, in the eyes of Nigerians. And people are, of course, people could see that for the charade that it is. So the Supreme Court should issue a statement saying this was the Chief Justice traveled. He was not in London to meet with Tinubu. He was in London to receive medical treatment. He received medical treatment at so hospital, and then he moved to the hotel, or he was not even at the hotel at all. Maybe they want to come and claim that. Let them come out and tell us. They know that they will be held responsible. People will say, oh, so you were actually in London, truly. People will see that. That's why they didn't put out a statement, because remember when they put out a statement that Chief Justice, the same Chief Justice, that was earlier this year, that he was not, or was it late last year, that he wasn't with, he didn't say all those things that he said about praising the G5 of the PDP for, how they are working to sabotage the PDP from within. All these things definitely work to favor Bola Tinubu, right? It was clearly, they issued a statement denying that there was no such, meeting, and that the Supreme Court Justice did not say anything. I mean, that the CJN did not say anything like that. Only for a video to come out showing that Supreme Court, the Chief Justice actually said worse, and that there was a recording of it. They didn't know that there was a video when they denied that, a couple of months ago. So they are being careful now of putting out a statement that they can be held to account for, Now that's what they are. So that's why they are hiding and trying to use their, anonymous, blackies in the media to try and sweep the narrative and everything. But as far as we are concerned, the Supreme Court has yet to formally respond to the matter. Putting out a video, a deconceptualized video about where he is and everything, does not hold water at all. And the fact that they are even doing all these things, goes into the possibility that that meeting probably that they wanted to hold, but probably wasn't even for the good of the nation. Because if it were, maybe you want to complain. If you are so reluctant, if you can go so far to try and manipulate the situation, it means that you have something to hide. Why should you?
All right. Thank you so much, Samuel. It's a 1 hour gone, and we are going to let some of our viewers to join us. Thank you for that explanation. But before we do that, let me ask you: are you looking forward to doing your job under the presidency of Bola Tinubu? Do you think it will be?
No, absolutely. I mean, we have only one Nigeria. So I am a citizen of Nigeria. I mean, I'm a citizen of Nigeria first, right? Before I am a reporter. So Bola Tinubu, Muhammadu Buhari has not been able to stop me. Muhammadu Buhari has a reputation of, being extremely vicious, and ruthless against journalists, right? He has not been able to stop Samuel Ogundipe and Peoples Gazette. We launched about 2 years ago. Basically we are going to be 3 years by September. But thankfully Nigerians have been highly supportive. And Nigerian public, they know. The public, Nigerian people, they know where to get actual information that is helpful to them, that they can use. And they know that People's Gazette, has emerged as a major, outlet for such information. And we really, really appreciate that. As far as Bola Tinubu is concerned, he's welcome. If legally he's the president, he's the president. We are all working towards the advancement of Nigeria. We hope that he will use his presidency to advance, to take Nigeria to a level better than where we are, because nobody is happy where we are right now as Nigeria. We were just talking about Biden, not congratulating him, and then talking about Kamala Harris visiting Nigeria visiting Africa without, a wild step in Nigeria. We want to make sure that Nigeria's place is elevated. That's going to be the focus, and that's what we look forward to reporting. But to say that maybe Bola Tinubu's government will be riddled with scandal and People's Gazette will not be able to rise to the occasion, of revealing, insidious activities there, or activities that are against Nigerian people. No, at People's Gazette, once we have the information, if you are able to do it and we don't have the information, we don't report. But if we are able to get information from actual people who actually know, people who know what's going on inside that region, who are in a position to know that this is what's going on and are able to supply evidence to us that this has happened, we will definitely let Nigerian people know. We don't hold anything back at People's Gazette. Truly, we vet our information. Some information we get not accurate enough or not strong enough to be in the public domain. We can take months working on such information. Some we reach a dead end and the story does not have to be in the public. We don't publish because it is not verified. But once we have been able to verify anything under the administration of Bola Tinubu, we are going to press. And Bola Tinubu will not be able to stop People's Gazette. So the fear, people can fear him that he's going to crack down the media. We are expecting him to crack down because, like we've seen, his people are already laying the groundwork, and calling Buhari incompetent, that he has not been able to kill the media space, despite how much, unsavory stories have been written, or, flattering stories have been written about him, and he couldn't do anything about it. That Bola Tinubu will not allow that. That's not going to work. We have the entire drug issue that Bola Tinubu has on our website. We uploaded the entire document on our website, and people are continuing to download the documents. We will not remove the document. We will, if there is a factual issue, Bola Tinubu might have become a better person ever since, but it is now left to him to show Nigerians that he's a better person, and he's no longer, he should not be seen anymore as a drug dealer, provided that the Supreme Court is able to affirm him as the president of Nigeria. But for him to say that he wants to crack down on the media and People's Gazette is going to be at the top of his list, he's only going to be making a mincemeat of himself, because People's Gazette is not going anywhere, and not even Bola Tinubu, no matter how powerful he might see himself, is going to, because it's Nigeria. Bola Tinubu is no more a Nigerian than I am. He's no more a Yoruba than I am. And he's no more a citizen than I am. So we are all, it is our country. We all have a role to play. While he's playing his role, at the presidency, we will be playing our role in the media space.
All right. We're going to go to our audience. But one last thing before, and I will still have the right to ask you questions as we go along. How is it that the president-elect could leave the country without anybody, any media reporting that? How did that happen? Was it that he left at night?
No. Things happen a lot. Quite frankly speaking, the United States, is a far more open society. But we've seen American presidents traveling, making secret trips, right? That the media will not know until they've gotten to the destination. Right? So it happens. The only difference, though, I must mention, is that they always go with pool reporters. In the case of the last trip by Biden to Ukraine, the secret trip to Ukraine, they had a Wall Street Journal reporter, right, to give entire pool reports to others, relay information. But of course, it was a secret. She knew of the secret, but she couldn't report because it was a top secret thing. But a reporter was at least still carried along, just to show that somebody who is independent knew about it, if everything was not entirely done secretly, so that people will not know in the public. It is just that when should they know? So now, the point I'm trying to make here is that all the time, these people travel. They can travel that we will not know in the media. It is very, very possible. All the time they do it, it's a private jet. You might even be thinking that he traveled with his own jet. He might not. Maybe there was an executive jet that just came in from La Louvre, or from Europe, from Asia, or anywhere into Abuja, or into Lagos, or even Kano. You may not know. He will fly out with that. Then his jet will meet him in another country. If necessarily, he must use his jet. Even assuming that he used this jet out of Nigeria, we are not all tracking his jet every other minute, every other hour. If you are sleeping as a reporter, you've gone to bed at 12 a.m., usually the time that our reporters sleep in Nigeria, right? If you have gone to bed, and he left Nigeria at that time, he would have been in Europe by the time he woke up. He had already left the country. And the first thing that is on your mind will not be to go and check his plane. It was just silly on the part of, I'm sorry to say, his media handlers to think that he can travel for so long without it being detected. No, it will be detected. It might take a 24 hours, maybe 48 hours, but it will occur to somebody to say, where is Bola Tinubu's private jet? Because he's the president-elect, all eyes on him. So for them to think that he could fly, he could only be abroad for so long before people would know that he's out of the country. In 2017 or 18, Buhari left Nigeria. I think I was still at Premium Times then. Buhari left Nigeria. He left the United States. He left the Joint Base Andrews, after a meeting in Washington. And the people that he was on his way to Nigeria. 2 days later, he was not back in the country. Nobody knew. I just happened to be at the office that Sunday evening. I was trying to, do something at the office, and it just occurred to me, where is the president? The next thing, I checked his plane. Oh, this man has not even arrived in Nigeria. And that was how Premium Times did the story, that 2 days after leaving Washington, this Baba has not returned to Nigeria. And that was how his people now issued a statement, saying that the president stopped by in Europe to see his doctor and relax. So these people have ways of moving about. Tinubu might have left Nigeria to Europe. You can track his plane to Paris. Okay, the plane is in Paris. All of you are looking at it that the plane is still in Paris. Meanwhile, he had left Paris himself, through another private jet. that nobody will have any idea about. You are looking at his plane on a tarmac, through the flight radar or any of the other portals, and saying that it's in Paris. Yeah, that's true. But himself, where is he? You might not be able to tell. That is the thing. These people, they use decoy all the time when they are moving, knowing that the world is on them. They know that, oh, they can track my private jet. No problem. Give them the private jet. Leave it there in Gatwick. Leave it there at JFK. Let them see that it is there. Meanwhile, he has joined another plane. He has been secretly taken from another plane to another airport to another destination. How then do you track him? Tinubu is not American president. Tinubu is not an American president. Tinubu is a Nigerian president. How many people know Nigerian president? I'm sorry. That is the. So we have all these challenges. I remember Bukola Saraki at home. When they wanted to remove him from the parliament as a Senate president, he used the decoy. He was at the parliament. Meanwhile, the SSS, his own orderly, didn't know that Bukola Saraki was not at home. Everything was in order with the SSS at home in Metama, but the man had left the National Assembly. So if the SSS did not know that Saraki was not with him, with them rather, how would the media know? So I don't see it as a failure at all. I'm sorry, I'm not being defensive about us. I don't see it as a failure. One thing we are thankful for was that Sahara Reporters was the first, right, to just occur to that. Oh wait, where's this man? Where's this man over the past 24 hours? So let's try and check his plane. And then they tried to check his plane, and then they said, look, it seems like his plane was somewhere in Europe. His plane might be somewhere in Europe. Maybe he has gotten to Singapore through ExecuJet or any of the other airports. He might have flown to Tetribro. You won't know. So let's not use the private jet as the basis of where Bola Tinubu is. No, let's not do that. It's not any serious indication. Because you might be seeing the Air Force One. You were seeing Air Force One on the tarmac in Ramstein. Meanwhile, Biden is somewhere else entirely in another country. So let's just be careful about that.
Thank you, Samuel. So we have a lot of people who want to join us, and the studio is full, and we have a lot of people here. But what we're going to do is, so let me just give the guidelines. One question only, and please go straight to the question. If you don't do that, I may have to mute you and then go to somebody else. Okay, so one question only. Just think about your best question. If we have opportunity, if it stays long and we have the time, we can come for a second round. But for the first round, just one question from each anybody here. Now, Samuel, do you want to take one each, or you want to take 2 or 3 at once?
I think I'll prefer one. That makes it more interactive.
Okay. All right. One question for one person, and then we go to the next. Prince, you are first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you, Samuel Ogundipe. My question goes like this. Why would it be that Bola Tinubu would choose France as a resting place at this time that, that France, the workers are going at it with the government? Because to me, if I'm going for a vacation to a country and definitely there is strike and every other thing in that place, I wouldn't go there to go and rest. I'll definitely have to go to a different place. So it calls into question why the choice of France. Right. If you know.
Is president-elect, even if he had been sworn in, even if he's the president, we have to be very considerate about his health, throughout the campaign. Don't forget the video. I think we blew that video of him at the Palace of Awudale, where clearly he was incontinent, right? He basically urinated on his body, clearly, right? That was sad, So there is nobody who is in good health, an adult that will do that. So clearly, he has not admitted it. He probably will not admit it. Buhari has gone for 8 years without admitting anything, and is still the president. That is the society that we have. Our society is peculiar. Now, let's concede that Tinubu has health challenges, even though he's not telling us. Let's be considerate. You have it, you don't want to tell us, no problem. Now, how he's moving, when he's traveling, he's supposed to tell us. We are entitled. He's constitutionally bound, he's legally bound to tell us. He's morally bound. You are a leader. You don't get to just do things your way. You have to do things according to the people that you are governing, to the country. I'm not a family man anymore. I am the father of the nation. So therefore, the entire nation should know where I am, what I am doing, and everything. We see menu of food. Every blessed menu of the White House is subjected to FOI. It is the way it's supposed to be. It's not a security breach for me to know what the president ate last night. It's not a security breach for me to know that the president is going away to receive medical care. Our country, unfortunately, we are blaming them. They should give us medical facilities where they will also be able to receive treatment. But they haven't done that, right? Okay, let's also concede that. They haven't done that, but we have to know that they must take care of themselves. It's extremely costly for a president to die or because of lack of medical care and everything for a nation. So we don't want the president to die just because the president couldn't get medical care within the country that he's serving. Yes, it shouldn't travel abroad to receive medical care. Please, let's understand my point. I am not saying that it should be going abroad to receive medical care. They should have a good hospital befitting. However, because of the priority, right, his health comes first for the Nigerian people. Wherever he's going to get it, no problem. But he should tell us where he's going, because we are paying for it as taxpayers. So we should know where he's getting the treatment from. We don't have hospitals in Nigeria. We recognize that. You are the president. We recognize that your health is paramount. Go and take care of yourself. But tell us where you are going to. If it is Paris that he feels very well, that he was able to get doctors, maybe he had been able to interact previously with doctors in Paris, it's okay for him to go there and receive medical treatment from his doctors that he trusts. Because one thing is, we all know the role that doctors play. We all have doctors, and we know how confidential our health information is to us personally. But with that, we are individuals. We are not the president. The president should be able to be very, very proactive in disclosing information. So if he's in Paris right now, receiving treatment in the, amid turmoil and every other thing, if that's where he feels comfortable, I don't think it is particularly suspicious that he's using Paris at a time the city is in turmoil in its own. It's possible that he's there. I have no guarantees, right? As a reporter, we don't know where he is. That's what I would tell you. The fact that his private jet is there, some of his orderlies might be, some of his aides might be sighted in a hotel in Paris. Not enough indication to say that Bola Ahmed Tinubu personally is in Paris. So we don't know. We can just, it will be safe for us to say that at least maybe he's not in Nigeria, but where he is specifically might be so difficult to tell.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Prince. Let's go to Ayo, you're next. Ayo, mute yourself, please.
Hi, Sam. Thank you for coming on the program. Before I ask my question, I want to read it to you how you reported Chief Justice Ariwoola presence in London. Chief Justice Olukayode Ariwoola has been cited in London pretending to be physically challenged old man. People's Gazette learns in what Supreme Court sources said was a clandestine preparation for a meeting with President-elect Bola Tinubu. Pretending to be physically challenged old man in preparation to meet the president-elect. This is a very categorical statement. It didn't say suspected. It didn't say alleged, but you were categorical that he acted like a physically challenged. So I was listening to you while you were doing the narration. The only thing you have said is that it was on a wheelchair. You live in New York, and you know a wheelchair service is for the asking. I have used it before. I was tired. I wasn't even sick. I requested for a wheelchair, and they brought it for me because I didn't want to work Lisa with it. So that is a known point. Everything that you have put together today to arrive at that conclusion is nothing more than put 2 + 2 together to arrive at 22. Did you know why I said that? You said Justice Ariwoola did not disclose that he was leaving the country. And I'm saying, as a lawyer, a practicing lawyer in America, and admitted in Nigeria 33 years ago, that there is nothing in our laws, even in American law, that says a justice of the Supreme Court must disclose where they are going. The 413 traveling you mentioned about is about financial disclosure, not about destination. So, considering the weight of the accusation you have made there, it is country that is capable of putting that country on fire. So that kind of reporting must come with some responsibility. We already have a very contested election. Everybody is still bitter about it. Your outfit came out to report that a chief justice of the country that is definitely going to be sitting on this case, because we all know it will get to Supreme Court eventually, is meeting, and you are so categorical about reporting it. And now when you are trying to explain, all I had was conjectures. And it was on wheelchair, then he was seen at the hotel working. Of course, when you leave the airport, you start working. It doesn't mean you are sick. It doesn't mean anything. You can ask for it just because you are tired. This man is an old man. Nothing in the picture shows that he disguised. His trademark hat is on his head. His beard is there. He didn't disguise anything. He left the country on the 11th. Tinubu left country in 21. If I'm coming to meet you, will I go 10 days? And Tinubu didn't even go to London. You said it. He was in France. I think it was Spain, France. And he has not even gotten to London at all. 10 days after this man has left the country. So what I see there is that I didn't see how I can put together your story to arrive at your conclusion. And I think, and it has become a major issue. And I think you still need better explanation. Because everything, the premises you are laying that he need to tell you, Chief Justice need not tell you that he's traveling off the country, especially if it's private traveling, like I was sick, I'm traveling. The aide too need not disclose to you, especially when it comes to medical matters. It will be part of privacy for his medical situation. They didn't have to disclose that to you, except you are going to show me what law says that. So these things smack of irresponsibility, considering the weight. So I don't know what you have to say about this and the consequences, because you have to think of consequences of what you are going to write, how it might affect the polity, whether it's going to heat it up, whether it's going to cause crisis.
Okay.
And I've not seen that in your explanation. So I will want you to clarify further, and now you are able to convince me, or except you want to show me the laws that say you should have disclosed, or anything else he did apart from sitting on the wheelchair at the airport to show you that it's meeting Tinubu.
All right. Thank you, Ayo. Samuel.
Okay. Ayo, yeah, thank you very much for your take. The fact is clear. Our story is clear. You read it. You just read the opening paragraph. You know, I told an NGO that communicated with us on this matter from Belgium. Clearly, you know, what we reported, we didn't touch a single word, a letter in our story. Our story is the way we put it out. We said, you read it, that this man was cited in London, pretending to be a physically challenged old man, from our sources at the Supreme Court. And then they said I was in preparation to meet him. Preparation. We didn't say that it was for him, it was during a meeting. He was preparing to meet. And our story was clear from the opening, including the sources cited, that the meeting had not held as of the time we reported from our sources. Now, you are talking about the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice. You know, that it shouldn't be known that in the United States, the movement of if you are moving outside Washington, D.C., it is subjected to the FOI in the United States. I don't know where you get your information from, but I prefer that people should be knowledgeable. You need to read better for you to understand before you come to the public, public here like this and say that the United States Supreme Court justices can travel, can move about, without disclosing. No, they must disclose. The only reason why some countries are better than ours is strictly because there is transparency. Wherever you have transparency, you will be very reluctant to do a wrongdoing because you know that people are watching. But where you know that nobody will see you, you can go on and do anything in secret. It leaves room for people to do things. Our story was clear. The movement was suspicious. We were clear. We didn't know what they were going to discuss, but they said, so Chelsea said that it may, be due. It is absolutely journalistic to see something and say something. The entire Trump collision started just shortly around his inauguration, when he was president-elect. He was briefed that there was a dossier put together by Christopher Steele, the former MI6 agent, about his activities with Russians. It wasn't like, they were sure, the media was not sure whether or not Trump colluded with Russia. But they were seeing, things that shouldn't be. Trump was a private individual at the time, and people were saying, no, he went to Russia there, he slept in a hotel in Moscow. His people at Trump Tower in New York met people in Moscow, all while he was still a private individual. People were holding him to account because now he has become a president-elect, and they mentioned everything, and it was reported for like 2 years. Ultimately, there was a judicial panel that looked into the matter, led by the former FBI chief, Bob Mueller, and said that they couldn't see that he colluded with Russia. But they gave details that the suspicious activities, some of his close aides, were indicted, some were charged, some pleaded guilty, and all that and all that. Ultimately, he wasn't charged personally himself for colluding with Russians. But the activities were suspicious enough, and the media reported enough for them to win the Pulitzer. The Washington Post and the New York Times shared the Pulitzer for their reporting of suspicious activities of Trump campaign and the Russians. That is the preeminent journalism award. No matter how high you rise in journalism, you cannot win more than the Pulitzer award. And the Pulitzer panel felt that it was worthy of getting an award, just by making noise that something happened so that they can be looked into. Our story was that the Chief Justice movement was suspicious. You are here saying that there's nothing that says he should disclose his movement. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court should just be seen going into a hotel. Going into a hotel in London to be staying there and why should that be?
Where do you stay when you travel?
When he was, am I Chief Justice? So
where are they supposed to stay? Government officials, where are they supposed to stay? Under the bridge? Right?
It shouldn't be seen going to a hotel in London to stay for nothing. What is it doing there?
Why is that your business? That's your duty to find out, not to make conjectures.
I am a citizen before being a reporter. I'm a taxpayer.
You didn't say suspicious. You were categorical in your statement. You didn't say suspicious. You were so categorical that he was meeting Tinubu, but you are not able to prove it.
Read a single paragraph that said that he had met Tinubu. What are you talking about?
He was preparatory to meet Tinubu was categorical.
Yes, he said that he was preparing to meet Bola Tinubu.
Okay,
so it was very, very clear.
Did you prove that he was there to meet Tinubu at all?
Suspicious movement. We are a media organization. We saw something fishy.
It doesn't allow you to manufacture stories.
If it is proven ultimately that the Chief Justice was in London, his trip was not about meeting Bola Tinubu, but about something else. So be it. We are not prosecutors in the media. Journalists are not prosecutors.
All right.
Journalists are not judges. We see things and we say it. That is the way we play. That is the role of the media. If you now investigate fully and you don't find anything, that is fine. But for media to see something this huge and keep quiet on it, knowing the reputation of our judges, of our politicians, of the Supreme Court itself that lied, that told a barefaced lie in an official statement that Ariwoola was not in Port Harcourt where he said all those things that he said, only for a video to come out afterwards showing that he actually did. That is to tell you how bad things are, and we cannot keep quiet. So while you may think about how this is your own personal position that the Chief Justice should not disclose his whereabouts, is free to do things in secret. I personally don't think that is proper. My organization, the Peoples Gazette, as a media organization, does not agree with you, with due respect, that the Chief Justice should be moving about without any sort of safeguards, any checks at all about his activity, and that is the position of.
Hello, Dr. Damages.
Nobody. No. Sorry.
I just want to switch on.
Why is everybody talking? Hold on. Thank you, Ayo, so much for your question, and let's move to Okija. Okija, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Olumide and Dr. Damages. I think you guys kind of, from the questions you asking me, have answered my question, all the question I had about Bayo and Tinubu, what they are thinking behind why should Bayo be making such statement, and the way you attributed it to what Tinubu's wife said before, and so that shows us what's going on in the background. So, but okay, now, the question I'm gonna ask you, this speculation, I wanted to speculate if there will be President Tinubu, based on all these things that have been said, like Bayo and other things, about people of Southeast origin, what do you think would be the relationship between a Tinubu presidency and the people of Southeast, and also in relation to like a release of Nnamdi Kanu?
Basically, I would expect the Nnamdi Kanu situation is a national security situation. Nigeria considers it a national security situation. Even though substantially it's about a speech that he was making from abroad, whether he incited violence, because we've seen some IPOB elements specifically inciting violence, whether the state has evidence of Nnamdi Kanu calling people to violence, it's not, it may be out there, I'm not saying that it may not be out there, but I haven't seen. So that is, but they are treating it as a national security issue. And I think the president, if Tinubu becomes president, he will be briefed on the entire case with Nnamdi Kanu. He will see more than what you and I might have seen in the public. And then he will be able to decide, juxtapose that. We'll be able to juxtapose that with national, the national interest.
Because I didn't try John to.
I'm sorry. Let me take the.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So he will be able to weigh whatever is presented to him by the SSS, with the entire interest of the country. So that's that on Nnamdi Kanu. As for Bola Tinubu's relationship with the Southeast, of Nigeria, I would not expect, notwithstanding his inner circles, his wife or Bayo Onanuga and others who might have expressed terribly bigoted, positions on the Igbo, Nigerians of Igbo origin. He's going to be president, and I don't see Bola Tinubu saying that, 97% and the other, the remaining, crop of citizens, like Buhari tried to delineate. We might not see that, under Tinubu. However, we should pay very much attention to how he treats the people of the Southeast. Anything short of treating Southeast people in the same way that he would treat me, that I'm a fellow Yoruba like him, I don't think would be acceptable to any Nigerian, and I think that's just fine.
All right, thank you, Okija. Ngozeka, you're next.
Okay. Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, Mr. Samuel. Thank you for saying this. I really read the story and I'm interested in what is going on. So, the first one, I want to say that, this is my question. Let me just say something. You don't blame Nigerians for believing anything that is reported about these people. So,
I'm afraid I didn't hear.
Ngozeka, we can't hear you very well.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Try again.
You may want to, yes. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so I was saying that you can't blame any Nigerian for believing whatever is reported about these people. So anybody that doubts it, that's their problem. But the average Nigerian believes it. But my question is,
Thank
this
you.
attitude of having our politicians, our public officials travel outside for medical purposes, especially somebody in a sensitive position as a president-elect, is it not dangerous? As in, it it won't it affect us? Can't it be used against not just him now because he's representing the rest of us? Can't an enemy country, I don't want to use the word enemy, but a country that wants to harm us, can't they use his medical record? Is it safe? How safe is it? How can we get them to stop this thing? Because I am thinking it's not safe, but I just want to hear what you have to say about that.
Hmm. Thank you very much. I mean, it's a very interesting question, especially from the perspective that you brought in. Look, I will be free to tell you that it has serious national security implication. I agree entirely. Why? President Buhari was abroad at a stretch, right? Was it between May and August? About 109 days, 105 days, the longest stretch, when he traveled, 2017, because when he came back was when he was, talking about what month do the Igbo want and all that. Back then, that was highly controversial. But he was away in London to receive treatment, so to undergo something fundamentally, effective, right? That almost it was basically like rejuvenated. We are very happy to see him that way. But what process, right? What did he do? What did he give up from what portion of Nigeria did he have to chip away for that to happen, for him to be rebirthed in that manner, for him to become what he is now is, because we can all see that the difference is clear. The doctors that revived Muhammadu Buhari, what did the Buhari give them? This is what we are talking about. It's our country. We should be concerned. What did he have to give up to be that? We are happy that he's fine, no doubt. But at least it should come with some level of transparency. He did this in the UK. That's what they told us. We don't know whether he was actually in UK. His jet was at Gatwick for some time, or that there's one Stansted, if I'm not mistaken, airport. The presidential jet was there for months, at a stretch. It's possible that indicated at the time that he was in the UK. It's also possible that they flown him away from another place to another country that all of us cannot even imagine, where he actually was treated, right? And then revived in the manner that he was revived. We are all just assuming that he went to the UK. The UK that we know is a country that, at least has a very high level compared to the rest of the world, level of information, coming out, that you can hardly be able to cover some things up. So Buhari's treatment being covered up like that, it could also be because it was not even in the UK that he received the treatment. It was in another totally closed country using underworld, doctors in the underworld. Maybe he didn't just go into a hospital in the UK and receive the treatment. We don't know, because he's not been transparent about it. Now, if it were in the UK that he received the treatment, as they said, okay, when do we know that the UK will then be able to declassify, get the doctors, to say the information that you received, you should turn, on the treatment of Muhammadu Buhari, maybe long after he's dead, or maybe they don't even have such provisions in the law to say, well, you have to turn in some of the treatment, because whether you like it or not, it's a private information. But the president is not a private individual. So would the same thing still apply to him in the area of the treatment that he received? Because it's very, very dangerous. If we can get the UK to hold the UK to account, France to account, because these people, they don't seem to be coming to the United States. Is it because they know that the United States will not allow them to be here for so long to receive treatment here without disclosing to Nigerian people, or that the United States could easily, the government of the United States could easily be, be pressured by Nigerians, right here to say, this man, the treatment he received at Walter Reed or any other medical facility, we must know what it was about. We are entitled. Could it be that they could be sued? Maybe they know that there is a law in the United States that if they are sued for the disclosure of the information relating to the treatment of the president, the things will be disclosed. That's probably why they are not coming to the United States. In the case of France and UK, Nigerians can mount pressure on those countries to let them know that we've had enough of our leaders coming here. Or in the case of Switzerland, where Paul Biya had been for years at the hotel, because it cannot work the other way around. I don't see a UK Prime Minister coming to receive treatment in Ibadan for a long time. I don't see it happening. So, because they know that it may not be kept secret. So why is the UK enabling this? Yes, they can receive treatment abroad. I'm very fine by them receiving treatment abroad while also making sure that they put in place good healthcare in Nigeria at home. That's okay. But while receiving treatment abroad, we are entitled to know the processes. What kind of treatment are you receiving? How much are you spending? So that we don't have a president, like you've slightly said, that could easily, that because they have everything on you, going to a foreign country, for foreign individuals to reveal such information could compromise our president. I'm sorry to say, I'm a reporter, but I know that this is a possibility. There is no way in the world you will have the United States government, president, going to Russia to receive treatment. It will never happen. Russian president will never come here to receive treatment. It could be used as a basis for espionage. So I am concerned as well as you are that this thing, there should be more accountability. And since we know that we cannot hold our own leaders to account, we can demand from them, but they will not acknowledge us, and there is almost nothing we could do about that. But in the UK, in France, we could pressure them and they will cave because there is accountability in those countries. So so maybe the pressure should shift to those countries in there, so that they will no longer, so that they can look for other places to receive their treatment. But maybe they are not even in those countries, and we are just giving, they are just giving us indications that they are there. So if you are seeking information that they don't have, they may, at least if they say that, oh, he didn't receive treatment in our country, at least we will know where to look, where else to look, and all that. So that's just the point I'm making. But rightly, as you said, it's highly concerning that an individual doctor or a group of doctors that we don't know in the underworld, have treated the president, rejuvenated him, what cost to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we cannot tell.
All right. Thank you, Ngozeka. Thank you, Samuel. Let's go to Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics, you're next.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Damages, and Samuel Ogundipe. I come from a historical perspective, and I listened to you talking about President of United States can travel anywhere without people knowing. And indeed, we've seen that happen. By the time, be it Trump, be it Biden, by the time there is success, we are being shown he was in Iraq. That's great, and we appreciate it because we understand that safety first. Having said that, in our own case, and what we've gone through with our current President, Muhammadu Buhari, health is wealth. And of course, we wish the health of our presidents. They are property of the state, if I use that word, property of the state. And at any given point in time, wherever they are, we ought to know one way or the other how our money is being spent. And in the publications that I run, Igbo Basics, since 1995, igbobasics.com, you can check that out. We say custodians of the conscience. And then in basicsexpress.com, which is the Nigerian space, we don't break news, because whatever news you break today, in the next hour, it may turn out to be that you broke the wrong news. Except, of course, if we are there, we saw it korokoro by our eyes. Without much ado, I refer back to 1998 at the University of London.
Igbo Basics, please.
For Ogundipe. Please,
yeah,
let me
please.
for 1 second. Let me
we have a lot of people, and he doesn't.
That's
he's
my
not
premise.
saying. Hold on. He's not saying. I know. He
Dr.
doesn't.
Rudo, my
Igbo
premise
Basics.
for the question, which is why I talked about property of the state.
Yeah, what I'm.
Hold on. At the University of London, give me 1 second, please. Let me ask my question. It's a historical perspective.
It's not just about you. Hold on, because after you, other people will do the same thing. What I'm saying is this: we have so many people, and he's not staying for too long. So we want to get as many people as possible. So you can go straight to the question. I'm saying it's not just for you, for many people, because you are not the only one that want to give background. Okay.
All right. We'll have that conversation. Ogundipe, history. Whatever we are doing today will be judged as history tomorrow. The question that I have, are you related to Samuel Ogundipe? S.O. Ogundipe, the publisher, the writer that we read when we were in high school, in elementary school, in secondary school. Are you related to the Ogundipe?
All right, thank you.
He hasn't answered yet. Are you related to him?
He will.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought that was your only question. I was going to answer when you.
Because Rudolph keeps slicing me off. I was talking about.
So, no. I'm only related to Babafemi Ogundipe, the former the Agri-Rossi's chief of staff Supreme Headquarters under Agri-Rossi.
Do you know about the historical writers, the people who published those books that we are reading?
Yeah, of course. I know the Ogundipe. I know the book that you are talking about. I know the series that you are talking about. I think that one is Ogundipe from Oyo. I am from Ijebu.
Thank you very much. I rest my case for me.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go to the next person. Electricity, you are next.
Thank you, Dr. Damage. Since we don't have the time, I will go straight to my question. Mr. Samuel Ogundipe, as you understand, emotions are high in Nigeria, and your reporting is I'm following up with a matter of the law. So if you can refer me to, if we are holding our leaders accountable, we are applying the law. I believe I'm correct in that. The Chief Justice of a Federation, is it required by law to disclose his movement to the general public? Please listen to my question very well. To the general public or to certain departmental in the government for security reasons? Could you refer me to the law where I can see it, please?
We all, there is no actual law that's even said that the president of Nigeria must disclose his trip to Nigerian people. But we are all demanding that our president, we should know where he is. I don't know how we keep doing things like this to deflect. It has there is no law. There is no law that says that the United States president must disclose his trip, in the manner that you are talking about. But they always do. We are a civilized society. There is no law that says he must do that. But we in the media, we can hold him accountable for his movement. He can be held accountable for his movement. So it is not. So the question is not about whether there is actually law. There is no law that says he must do that. We did not say that. But even if he had met Tinubu, there is no law that said you cannot meet with Bola Tinubu. So the question about whether it is on law or not is not the actual basis here. Our story was that the Chief Justice and the President-elect had an undisclosed secret meeting to meet. An undisclosed plan to meet at a secret meeting. That's all we are. If any Nigerian is interested in that information,
sorry, I don't want to drag this for my.
If there's another Nigerian not interested,
1 second. I understand.
substantially, from people that I've related with, they are very much interested in knowing the Chief Justice's whereabouts. You know, if you are not interested, it is your personal position. So I agree with that as well.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Electricity, for your question.
No, Rudolph, just 1 second.
No,
what I'm trying to say is this. It's my question.
No,
what I'm
on.
trying to say is this.
Hold on.
We may be putting the man, reporting the story, may be putting the man's life at risk, given to the sensitivity of his position. That is just my point I am making. I believe in holding our leaders accountable. But you see, when government disguises, presidency disguises that they are going so place and they are going to be, you will agree with me, for security reasons, they don't want people to know where they are. And the Chief Justice position, even in the context of Nigeria, is a very sensitive position. It has to report to certain individuals for security reasons so that they know where he is. He's not exposed to anything. But for the general public, it becomes a great risk. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Ovie, you're next. Ovie, go ahead. Meet yourself, Ovie.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Samuel Ogundipe. It's Autumn Miller that said that a good newspaper, I suppose, is a nation talking to itself. Now, my question is coming from your answer to, I think, Ayo, the guy that spoke earlier on, that asked you about your categorical statement that you made regarding the subject matter. And I appreciate your response to him, but I became worried when you cited Trump as an example. When I mean Trump, what happened to Trump? What the New York Times and the Red reported about Trump in regards to Russia. You also want to agree with me that that was, should I use the word fake news? Because nothing came out of it. And it was clear at the end of all their shenanigans that was just politics, that was just a jamboree. And they actually demanded for an apology.
Yes.
Now, here you are pointing that example of something that was condemned all over the world after the effect. You are pointing that example. Are you, that doesn't mean that you are reinforcing what Ayo accused you of. You made a categorical statement, not finding out. I understand that you are a newspaper, but it's very important that what you are putting your name to, that if we start digging, just like what they did about Trump, that we are going to come out as what you presented. That's my question.
All right.
Yes. Thank you for that question. That's a quite fantastic question. My context is in the media context. Do you understand? I mentioned that the media organizations are not prosecutors. Media organizations are not courts of law. Media organizations, journalists are watchdog. A dog may bark tonight. You say, well, you look out, there's nothing here. The dog may bark tomorrow, and you find out that the dog has been trying to save your life. You know? So it is the way the media works worldwide. I was saying to you that Donald Trump, it was later found that he didn't do any wrongdoing. He didn't collude with Russia by the Bob Miller, a competent panel, found Donald Trump not to have colluded with the media, with Russia, you know, contrary to the indication in the media for almost 2 years or thereabout. I said that. And I was saying it in the context of Ariwoola situation. The media, Donald Trump might not have been found to have colluded with Russia, but there were indications that sustained the story for 2 years. Different perspectives to the story, different meetings with Russian elements that raised questions to the point that those questions were answered in the media substantially. And then it deserved the Pulitzer, which is the greatest journalism award, you know, on earth today. It said the Pulitzer panel found that story worthy because of the elements that were brought out to, and then to force the panel of inquiry, who then said, okay, ultimately, even though Trump's inner circles did this and that, himself personally, they couldn't see that he did it. Our story was that the Chief Justice is in London to meet Tinubu. We didn't say they wanted to plot to subvert Nigeria. We didn't say that he was meeting Tinubu. Tinubu will be handing money over to him. We didn't say that. We only said that these people are having a meeting that we don't know about. Why are they not telling us about the meeting? That's all what we do, what we did. If Nigerians are now saying that, well, if you have nothing to hide, why don't you tell us about your meeting? It's only simple. There's this saying in Yoruba that it basically means that they asked a vegetable seller, a young child selling vegetable, they said, bring vegetable. And the child said, the vegetable seller said, my vegetable is not from the dumpster, it's not from the refuse. I got my vegetable. Who asked you that question? Let's buy vegetable, that's all. But because the Yoruba implication is that the vegetable is actually from the dump. So it's very straightforward. Our story was that these people are meeting. We are a media organization, and we felt that we owe it to Nigerians to let them know, look, this story might not have been published by another media organization because their own editorial judgment may be that, okay, and they want to meet. Both of them are leaders of Nigeria. Maybe they just want to discuss, handover, or they want to discuss, transition generally or something. No problem. We have no problem. That is their own judgment in that organization. In our own judgment at People's Gazette, we had a meeting of all editors. 2 meetings, in fact, before this story was published. And it was there was no single dissent in our team of editors, male, female, young, old, in our organization. We all saw that the best for us was to blow this thing out so that meeting will not even hold. And if there was any such plot to have any meeting, it will not even hold anymore before the Supreme Court finally decides, because we don't know between them who is even going to initiate communication anymore, because this one has been exposed. So they are not going to probably risk it again. But it is Nigeria. It is Nigeria. Nothing can be taken beyond these people. But at least in this particular instance, our story is that the meeting wanted to hold. Our own was to preempt it, make sure that it doesn't hold, and it didn't hold. In 2021, around April, many of you might not have noticed, we reported at People's Gazette, citing a memo, which we still have a copy of till tomorrow, that the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, had written the president, telling the president specifically to suspend the 5th schedule of the Constitution, the section that guaranteed fundamental rights to Nigerians. The difference between a dictatorship or a martial law and martial rule rather, and a democracy, a constitutional republic like ours, basically it's about the rights of the people on that regime. So currently we are in a civil rule. What is holding the nation, the constitution, is basically the fundamental rights section, in which you and I have rights as Nigerians that we can challenge. We are not living under Abacha anymore. That's just what that part. Now, Attorney General said that the president should suspend it because of Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Igboho. Now we blew that story open. It would have caught Nigerians by surprise, because the president we knew, and we probably still know, that is very much listening to Malami, and it was a minister, of the Federal Republic that was very concerned about such a memo getting to the president, and happened to know about it, that said this cannot work, and then was kind enough to share the document with us. And some people would have heard the story and say, oh, it is too dangerous to drop. No, because it will mean that Nigerians will wake up one day and they will see that the president has declared that because of the Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Igboho, people's rights will be suspended for some time, that kind of arrangement. But when we blew it and they saw that it had been exposed, they couldn't proceed with that. That memo was never discussed again after that. What did they do? They used alternative means to go and abduct Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya, and then they also trapped Sunday Igboho in Benin. No problem. But the greater danger had been averted, which was to suspend the 5th schedule of the Constitution. So we need to know that the media, our role is to watch and say things. We wish we even see more to tell Nigerians, but we only report what we have. But we know what our society is like. We know how much people compromise in the society. We know how much these judges and lawyers, how much they collude. So please, people should, if somebody had come out and reported that governor of Kano was seen, that they saw the governor, collecting dollars in bribe from a contractor and putting the dollar in his babaniga and cap and all over the place, people will not believe. They will say it was fake news to cause rancor in the country, to degrade the governor. Is it that the governor does not have SSS or D that he could send to collect bribe, or any other people? Why would he put it in his babaniga? Is it that he doesn't have Ghana must go? Is it that he cannot buy Ghana must go, that he will be putting money in babaniga? But we saw a video of it. It happened. Let's not be seeing things and we will be, no, it's not done. These people, they do things and they know that there will always be people who will defend them. That is natural. And that is why whenever we want to go to press, we debate stories in our, among the team of editors, seasoned journalists, and we feel that I may be the managing editor, but I'm not the oldest, I'm not the most experienced at Peoples Gazette. But we all know, you see this thing, we look at the law, sometimes we consult our lawyers to let them know that this is going out. They give us legal opinion, and then we blow it. We don't report on the basis of the fact that, some people will not be happy or they will attack us over it. That doesn't form the basis of our story. We know those who are involved know, but we know, most importantly, is that when the public is aware of this matter, this one, this is already, this one don't cast, to use our language, so they will not bother anymore. So that is our own function. That's how we define ourselves. Public interest. CJN's, personal privacy, or safety. Of course, we are not going to jeopardize the safety. That story, we didn't see it as jeopardizing the case because we didn't put the name of the hotel. We had the name of the hotel because Nigerians in London, we knew that they could bust him in that place. So we didn't stalk him. We didn't put this in there. We didn't even put his picture at the hotel where he was staying in London. We didn't even put in our story. It was only picture of him in Abuja that came out, not him in London. We didn't in any way, we didn't jeopardize his safety at all. The only mission was to report that story, and that was what it is. So please, I appreciate your position. You asked a fantastic question, but we have our own mission, and we felt that what we are doing, ultimately, we will see how history or posterity plays out.
All right, thank you, Obie. Thank you, Obie. Thank you so much, and thank you, Samuel. Let's go to Henry. Henry, just a question.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Samuel Ogundipe. My name is Henry. I'm from Germany. I'm from Germany. I don't have any question for you. I just want to thank you for opening the eyes of some Nigerians, because some Nigerians they should be appreciating the journalists, because journalists are the eyes of the world under the people, under the citizens. I have no question for you. Is it not time? I have no question for you at all. I just want to tell you thank you. I want to thank all journalists. What I wanted to say, is it not time for our so-called leaders that hold sensible offices in Nigeria to make sure they have good medical system in that country, so that they will be going to medical treatment in Nigeria because I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed seeing our so-called medical president-select going to UK for medical treatment. I remember Buhari spent more than 100 something days outside Nigeria. I have not seen that in my life in the poorest country in Africa or in Europe. I've been in Germany for more than 20 something years. We know everything that's going on our president, our councillor. We know everything about what's going on. Everything is public. If they don't have anything negative inside what they are doing, why are some Nigerians crying about this publishing? Why are they crying about it? They should be thanking journalists to bring things out. I have no question for you. I just want to tell you thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Because Nigeria is in pain now. Because sorry, Mr. Rudo, 1 minute, please. Because Nigeria is in pain this time. Because we have a serious issue about this election that's going on, that went on, that is in the court right now. But because everybody's a suspect. Because the so-called CJN is a suspect because we don't know what we're going to do. The Tinubu himself is crying that we don't want him to come to come in on 29th of May. If he don't have any in his cover, why is he afraid? Why is he afraid? We knows, everybody knows, you knows, you're a journalist, the election was not free and fair. So I just want to tell you once again, thank you. I have no question for you. Nigerians should be happy. We have people who are watchdog to checkmate all these people we put in the office, because we are the employer. We employ these people to work for us because they're using our taxpayers' money to take care of these people, both the president and all. We have right to check on them. So it's not a crime. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I mean, Germany, like you said, Germany, all public officials are easily held to account because there's transparency. It's not where you could just do anything and you say, oh, this one is in this about the state. No, we have an FY law in Nigeria, but they don't comply. Even Femi Falana could not get information from the NNPC. If Femi Falana cannot get, if the NNPC will not answer Femi Falana, now tell me who is the NNPC going to be accountable to? They cannot answer anybody. That's what it simply means. We shouldn't be. If you and I know that this money that is on this table, the whole world is looking at it, the eyes of the world is on the money, we won't touch it. But once light goes off, if light goes out, there's darkness. You can quickly say, let me take small. You two, take your own. Let's make it come out. That it shouldn't be. There must be transparency. There must be, these people, they are humans. Let's stop thinking that, they are not, susceptible to all forms of things. They are. That's why it must be the system that will check things. Don't say that the CJN, trying to make a victim out of the CJN. He's number 4 citizens. Citizen, for crying out loud. He has everything. He has everything. And in any case, we didn't put him in jeopardy at all. We only reported what he was up to. And then hurriedly, he returned to Nigeria. We gave him like 2 days advance notice before we reported our story. So he was quickly able to return to Nigeria. But that meeting has been postponed till another day. And I think we've done our own job. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Let me say this for those who are in the studio, please, if you've asked your question, please don't join the studio again so we can make room for new people to join. We have about 40-something minutes left. And, if we have the opportunity for second round, then you can come back in, but make room for people who want to.
Mr. Rudolph, you go put me backstage or I should go off?
Yeah, you should go out. Go out. You can watch on YouTube, so that there will be room in the studio for people to come in.
All right. Thank you for having me, Rudolph. So anytime I turn up, I often say that I wasn't intending to come on. Again, I wasn't intending to. I think really not to listen is really not for me to come on, because every time I do listen, sometimes so jarred, I feel the need to come on. So as I was listening to your guest, Sam, I had to scroll back about 3 times to be clear on what I was hearing. And when I was clear on what I was hearing, I was super chatting You didn't highlight the super chat, but what I was super chatting is a bit similar to the stanza Walk of Shame on Game of Thrones. I'm not sure if you recall that scene, stanza's Walk of Shame on Game of Thrones. They were throwing tomatoes at her and they were saying shame, shame, shame. So what I was super chatting was fraud, fraud, fraud. So that fraud, of course, pointed in your direction, Sam. So that fraud pointed in your direction. And it is good to put a public face to fake news, by the way. So at least we have a public face for it now. So I'm actually speaking to this headline. CJN Ariwoola disguises on wheelchair in London hotel for secret meeting with Bola Tinubu. And I scrolled back 3 times. And by your wording, I was, because when I first heard it, I was aghast. So I scrolled back to be clear that I heard what I did here. And by your own admission, you said there was no substance to it. You made it up. I am aghast. So you said the guy was in a wheelchair, and that constitutes a disguise. An elderly man that walks with a cane in a wheelchair, after a long travel, that constitutes a disguise. You stated categorically that he was in a secret meeting with Tinubu. I read that article about 4 times when it was first published, and I heard your own wording there. There was no substance to it. The whole totality of that narrative was inferences and innuendos that Tinubu and this guy were in London probably at the same time, and that constitutes a myth. I was staggered. The public face of fake news. But you know what really staggered me? It's just how brazenly you do these things. There was a public advisory published by the DSS just as early as yesterday, cautioning to this space. So my question is to you: would you, because I would invite that it does happen, would you catch you as surprised when next you land in Nigeria if you are invited to come and defend? Because this is incendiary, this is seditious what you're doing, and it can cause national chaos. Can you justify what you just did? The public face, I say, of fake news.
Thank you for one man. Samuel.
Yeah, we do respect. I don't have any response to this kind of person. I'm sorry. So you want to move to the next person? Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any response to this.
Thank you so much. Paul, go ahead.
Thank you.
I think, Samuel, you just make my day for this thing that you did now. But one thing that I will give to one man is that it baffles me that you didn't even answer his question, because one man did not even insult you. Maybe because you're a Yoruba man like him. If you were to be an Igbo man, he would have insulted you. So you will have a C, but you didn't accept the C. I thank you for it. You are a journalist. Now, what some of us don't really understand when it comes to journalists, there is a reason why journalists is not in part of government completely. That's why when we say we have 3 tiers of government, the executive, the legislator, and the judiciary, where they call journalists the watchdog of the society, the 4th realm of the society. They don't take anything from government so that they cannot be biased nor compromised. Thank you for the great work that you are doing. Sometimes some of us don't understand the implication of when leaders travel. It's a big risk for just a colonel in Nigeria to send his kids abroad to go and school. That's a compromise. If I hold a colonel's son in America right now, I can compromise whatever he's doing in Maiduguri. I can compromise whatever he's doing in South in Niger Delta. I can compromise it because we love our kids. We can't quantify it. We can't explain it. It comes natural. Our kids did not do anything special before we love them. But you see these military men, you see these top government officials, they send their kids to school abroad and they publish their kids while they're playing basketball, while they're in Walmart, while they're in every places. People don't really even understand the implications of what we are doing. Sorry, doctor will fight me. Please talk more about Ekweremadu. Thank you. I love you, but I got to go.
All right. So, Samuel Ekweremadu, do you have anything to say about Ekweremadu?
I mean, it's Ekwerimadu's situation. I think has been properly adjudicated, and he was accused of wrongdoing and then convicted afterwards. Initially, when we, there was a mix-up initially with the information that came out was that the person was a minor, who was taken to the UK, and then we later saw his passport and saw that Ekweremadu in fact wrote the Nigeria, the British embassy, the High Commission in Abuja, disclosing specifically that the name of the young man, and also saying that specifically he was taking him to the UK to donate to his son. So as far as process, everything looked properly done, for a Nigerian politician, in the way Ekweremadu handled that issue. What became unfortunate and what did him unfortunately was the part where he was seen, evidence apparently, to have offered money, cash monetary compensation to the okay, well, you can call him a victim now, right? The case has been dispensed in court. So to the victim, that was what caused the issue. That was what caused the issue. Ordinarily, he went through the process. He was transparent. He didn't lie. At least the documents we've reviewed around this matter. But he offered monetary, which was against the law in the United Kingdom. You could get kidney transplant from anybody as long as it worked. Unfortunately, you cannot offer to give that person, to compensate that person for giving you the kidney. That's where it became illegal. And apparently that was the part that the Ekweremadu, team, the lawyers and, advisors on the entire process, didn't, that was a loophole, that they unfortunately didn't catch, before setting off the process. So what this has told us, of course, as many of us have seen, is that it's a different, because this in Nigeria, of course, we all said it wouldn't even have gone to court to begin with, right? Because that particular compensation helping, the gentleman, to make his life better after donating kidney to his daughter, right, would have been seen, in fact, by some Nigerian courts, as an act of virtue, that was how they would have seen it. But in the United Kingdom, where different, rules apply, they said, we violated our law, and as such, were convicted, and they did. So it went through the legal process. I think he also recognized the error that he made. It was an error, but sadly, because it's a I'm a father of of a 2-year-old son, and I could just imagine, how worried, how disorganized, right? I would be, how desperate, I would be if I must, find myself in this situation. What I'll be looking for is is a way out. Is a way out. I will be the last thing will be probably maybe I will go to jail down the line. Will not be in my mind. As long as I go through the law, I will think that I've been through the law. I've done every process. Everything was legally done. But the part of compensation is something that any of us would have fallen for, because I can't imagine somebody donating a kidney, right, to my child, and then I would abandon that person. No, I would definitely have to make sure that I take care of that person, as long as that person will need my help for the rest of that person's life, as long as I'm also in a position to help that person. But it's against the law in the UK, and that's what we have. So it's a cautionary tale, quite frankly.
Thank you, Samuel. Let's go to Buddy. Buddy, you're next.
Good afternoon. Samuel, can you recall the headline of that publication again? The news that you broke on the CJ, can you recall the headline?
Absolutely.
Okay. And again, the next question will be, can you define the word disguise?
Okay, hold on, Buddy, because we don't want one question for everybody, no matter how you frame it. So frame it, your question as
okay.
because we are not here for, so we can get other people.
The next question, my question will be, can you define the word disguise?
And that will be your only question. Because
no, that's not.
No, then you have to, one question, please, buddy.
Okay. And my doubts stem from the timelines. If you can reel out the timelines of CGN travel itineraries and president-elect travel itineraries. And the doubt was stemming from the fact that you've broken certain stories in the past, like on the one on Ibe Kachuku, that you said he stole a car from UK and shipped the car down to US. We've had issue of that. And then there's a story you broke on Oshibajo, whereby he attended an event in 2021 in Abuja, whereby you publish a story and they completely debunk it. And another thing that I have to tell you this afternoon is that you talk about the fixed schedule. It's not Malami that will be the first person that will suggest to the president to suspend this fixed schedule. I could remember vividly, if you have value of event in 2015, immediately Buhari came over to government. Barrister Femi Falana suggested it, that if you want to fight crime in Nigeria, we have to suspend this fixed schedule. So there always been a suggestion about it concerning our country. Thank you, Aid.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take the last question first. I don't remember Falana, advocating the suspension of, rights in Nigeria, because the Falana that we all know is a rights person. He has spent his life, fighting for the rights of Nigerians. I recognize Falana. Falana and I are, very close as far as a reporter and then a senior lawyer like himself, goes. Other than that, I may not be able to speak to the specifics of what he advocated, but it's possible for him to say that, look, to fight, corruption, some people, have to know that they can't just take steal Nigerians' money and then enjoy it hiding under, rights statutes and all that. It's possible that he might have done that. I'm not disputing what you said. However, I can't speak to the specifics of what he said, but I can speak to the fact that Falana is a rights personality, and he's very, very much celebrated globally for his right for that. So that's that. As to the question, about the stories, that we ran. You mentioned 2 stories. I'm very happy that you were able to cite specifics. That's what we like. When you want to say that, People's Gazette to publish fake news, the other character said that, this is the face of fake news, but unfortunately you didn't cite any example. But you cited examples. That's what I want. You mentioned 2 specific stories. One, you said that we reported Ibe Kachuku that, you may want to, do you want to pull up the headline? We said that it was a stolen vehicle. We didn't say he was the one who stole it. Do you want to pull it? You may just Google as I'm talking and you'll see it. We didn't say he stole vehicle. We said he bought a vehicle. FBI, we reported FBI court documents, which anybody interested here, will see it from our story. It is the FBI that said that a vehicle, a Jaguar vehicle, was stolen, right? And then from the UK and sent to Long Beach in California. It was there. It was after it was sent, during the transportation. Not anyway, the man, Ibe Kachuku, bought the vehicle. They found the vehicle in his possession. And they said this vehicle was stolen. And then they sought the forfeiture of the vehicle. The vehicle was forfeited. So he then said that it was a dealer in Victoria Island that sold the vehicle to him, that he didn't know that it was a stolen vehicle. We didn't say he stole it. It happens to Nigerians every day. Most of the vehicles are dealership, vehicles stolen from abroad. They will bring to Nigeria and they will sell to you. You wouldn't know. Sometimes they even, manipulate the mileage of the vehicle. They roll it backwards, right? Meanwhile, in the United States, using Carfax and some other resource tools, you could actually check history of a vehicle that came out of the United States. I have seen a vehicle. There was a vehicle we wanted to buy, a fairly used vehicle we wanted to buy from one of our dealers, in Abuja for office use. And when we checked the VIN, It didn't correlate with the last reported mileage of the vehicle just earlier this year. It didn't correlate with what we saw in Abuja. Clearly, it had been manipulated. They rolled it back. So people do it like that. People steal vehicles from abroad and then they take to Nigeria and then we sell. That was what we reported. We never slept and we didn't accuse, we report, and it was an FBI, full US government, court government document. Not from us. That was that. The last part that you mentioned was actually quite fantastic and it goes deep into our journalism at People's Gazette. It is true that we reported that the vice president was involved in an accident. That is the story you are talking about in Abuja. He wasn't involved in an accident. We heard in that story. What happened was that we were sent a video in which crowd gathered. The person speaking in the video was shouting, was panting, and then said that, Vice President, it's Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. Unfortunately, we didn't know from the context of how our reporters and the editor that unfortunately passed the story was that the person was panicking about the accident itself and then saying that Vice President was among the rescuers, not that he was a victim of the crash itself. So the Vice President intervened. He was on his way to the airport. He stopped his convoy to do a very good service to the nation, by saying that let's quickly use the ambulance, not in his convoy to take the victims to the hospital. So he didn't just order that. He got down from his own vehicle and helped victims. That's how a leader does. That's how a leader behaves. That was what the Vice President. Unfortunately, we made our error, and immediately we realized our error within a few minutes after publishing that story. We retracted. We retracted immediately, and we published our retraction to Nigerians. We didn't just delete the story and keep quiet. You will see it on our site. We published editor's notes fully, and then we distributed the notes to all our handles. That's how we do at People's Gazette. We don't mind people, all those who are attacking us, fake news, you should have checked your story better. No problem. It is true. We could have done a better job. But unfortunately, in this particular story you cited, we failed at that job and we took responsibility and we retracted, which is what any media institution in the world, no matter how big, will also do. They make mistakes every day and they publish retraction every day. It happens. In our own case, in this particular instance, we failed and we owned up to our error and we retracted. So you can hold us to account for that error, but the fact is that we didn't hide away from that responsibility of our own failure. So I appreciate that you mentioned this. It's very specific, and I appreciate that you mentioned it. But we took the measure that any organization, any responsible media organization would take. And also you have to pay attention to our stories. If we make any retraction, we publicly say it. We don't hide, we don't delete stories at People's Gazette. We started publishing September 25. I'm saying this in a public forum. People's Gazette launched on September 25, 2020. We have published thousands of stories since then. You can get any CMS expert in the world to audit our website. You will never find us having deleted a single story. We don't. Many other websites, including those that all of you know, when they publish a fake story, what do? A story that is an erroneous story, not necessarily fake, because saying fake means that they deliberately publish it. No, they make mistakes. But rather than own up in the manner that we did, they just go to just delete the story from their Twitter, Facebook, feeds, and also delete from their website, and then they keep quiet. We don't do that here. We retract at People's Gazette. I will give you another instance. Earlier this year, we reported that the CBN governor, Godwin Emefiele, was at a meeting in Abuja, with Malami, Boss Mustafa, and others. It was an error. The man was not at that meeting, but the meeting held. Those people were there, but our sources, did not see that it wasn't Emefiele. And we checked well, the person's back and everything looked like it wasn't Emefiele. In any case, we immediately retracted that story. Meanwhile, earlier that day, and we retracted because we saw evidence that Emefiele was still abroad as of that time. The CBN showed us clear evidence, verified evidence that Emefiele was in London as of the time we reported our story, that he was in Abuja. So we retracted. Now, a media that is far bigger than us, which I don't necessarily need to mention, so that it doesn't seem like we are castigating anybody, reported earlier in the day that Emefiele was in Abuja, was back in Abuja. That story, till to now, that media has not taken that story down. It was false. Emefiele only came back to the country 2 days after, and also 2 days after our own story, but we retracted. So to say that we don't make mistakes at People's Gazette is false. We make errors. We rarely make errors, but we do make errors. And we always own up to our errors so that Nigerians will see, that this was an error, this was what led to the error, and then we will do what we will clarify. So thank you very much for raising this, but we don't.
The first question, you didn't answer me the first question.
The first question you asked about disguise, right? That I should define what it means to disguise. That was what you asked, right?
That when you see the situation whereby you find the CGN, does that constitute a disguise by your own definition?
No. Listen again. His disguise, you understand, was not necessarily that the only thing, the picture that out of the airport. We said that this man, immediately after he got to the hotel, he started walking briskly all over the places. Why is that? How do you, if you see somebody holding a stick, right, walking to your place, and then immediately that person got inside when, thinking that, he's no longer being seen by some people that ordinarily he didn't want to, then he started walking briskly and smart. And you are going to, that's disguise. Disguise does not mean that we didn't say that he was in hood. Read our story again. We never said anywhere in our story that, he put on a mask to cover his head. We said that he was on a wheelchair, pushed through the terminals. That was what we reported. And that when he got to London, he did the same thing to the hotel. And immediately he got down, he started using, moving around by himself, no stick and everything. And the pictures we have, this is based on what we have seen, that this man was moving by himself without he was unaided. And that we stand by it. Your definition may be that for somebody to disguise, the person has to put on a hood that you cannot see the person's face, or the person must wear a military camouflage. That is not necessarily what disguise means. Disguise simply means, you try to pretend in a way that people may not immediately be able to recognize you. If you are going anywhere, ordinarily you are not going to expect that the person on that wheelchair is the number 4 citizen of the country. I know Rudolph, and I'm not going to be walking at the terminal at the airport and I will say, because somebody on the wheelchair is doctor. I'm not going to do that because it won't occur to me, even though it might be, but it won't occur to me. So therefore, when you move like that, and then in the manner, the entire thing was highly suspicious, and it was on the basis of suspicion. That suspicion was what we reported, and it could be there could be an inquiry in a serious country. There will be an inquiry that will either clear the CJN or say that the CJN, even Dayos movement, the CJN's movement was truly, suspicious, and it should not have done that. And then they will put in a better process, to guarantee, accountability and openness, transparency, so that whenever the CJN is traveling, everything is disclosed, right? If everything is disclosed, proactive disclosure, there will be no issue. There will be no issue at all, no questions to be asked because everything was disclosed. That's what we should do. So that's just the basis of all this. Thank you very much for your question again, buddy.
All right, thanks, Buddy. Thank you so much. But let me just say that Buddy sneaked in 3 questions as one, and I won't let that happen again.
Yeah, actually, his questions, I must admit, his questions were you know, they were specific questions, and I think they were questions to be addressed. So I think I'm very fine by the way.
Okay, great.
You ask questions, even though his question might be adversarial, but they are very critical questions, and I'm happy to answer them.
All right. So I thank you. And for those who are watching, if you can help us like this video, it helps for YouTube to show it to more people. Suleiman, welcome to the show, and you're on. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Samuel, Dr. Damages. You guys are doing an awesome job. I mean, for our democracy to improve, the conversations have to be upped, they have to be improved, and so people can get to understand a whole lot of things. Now, you could see that Buhari was able to survive a whole lot of the things that Jonathan couldn't have survived, you know, owing to the nature of this us versus them narrative in the country. So if you look at what's going on right now with this whole activities about the CGN and everything, and the whole post-election matters, you see that it's become more like an affair of certain groups down south, you know, between two groups down south. The North is doing more of a sit-down look on the matter, you know. So now, talking about these things you're doing, Samuel, you would see that the whole thing you're doing, as objective as it could be, and why the citizens should have interest about it. But you see that maybe it's become more like a certain tribe only supporting your work that you're doing about these matters, and some other tribe, that's your own tribe, the one you belong to, are probably even looking at you from some type of way right now. So the question is, how are you able to really handle all of this, and what's the effect of what we're doing now? I mean, this thing we're doing, as objective as to be to the development of Nigeria, considering how I gave an example of how Buhari was able to survive a whole lot, even when he shouldn't. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. You know, the contrast really is around Jonathan. You know, I'm a reporter, and I'm very grateful for the FY that Jonathan signed into law, no doubt. Unfortunately, he was not in office long enough for us to be able to have a bird's eye view of how the FY performed under him compared to Buhari. Buhari has had 8 full years now. So we can tell very well that Buhari's government is a terribly close government. And this is the first review of the FY that we can have. You know, there is no hope for FOI under Buhari so far. We hope, we pray that Tinubu will be different, you know, just for the interest of Nigerians. Any FOI we file, any lawsuits that our lawyers are pursuing, you know, towards the FOI, you know, it's for the Nigerian people. We are not going to get any documents through FOI and then we will sit on such documents. No, we are asking for the documents on behalf of the citizens of Nigerians, you know, to report that this is the information. You know, that's that. As to how Buhari, you know, Buhari is close, right? And the media substantially in the country, you know, by virtue of some of the personalities behind the media organizations, you know, you find out that they are of advanced age, right? And they've made friends over decades. And many of their friends are now in government. And that, you know, put them in a sort of quandary. You know, it makes it difficult for them to do their work. Imagine you are doing your work and your friend is calling you, you're not happy. Because you don't want to be seen to be antagonizing your friend, because your friend will be accusing you of trying to destroy that government. All those things, they are susceptible to it. And that is why, you know, we keep saying that, look, we have the NTA, right? We have none. We have so many FRCN, right? People's Gazette does not have the audience of the NTA and Radio Nigeria. So why don't you leave? And then they are funded by the taxpayers. So why don't you leave the business of covering the government, trying to protect the government and all that to those ones? That is what they are supposed to be doing. You, as an independent media organization, your primary concern is to expose wrongdoing in public service, is to make sure that there's no hiding place for people doing wrong in government. Leave the PR job, like the job of that, all those TV stations that they were doing for the Chief Justice the other day, airing the video saying that the Chief Justice, right, was seen at the mosque praying amid speculation. That's look, it was wrong. Amid speculation that he was abroad. We didn't say the man was actually abroad. He just came back. Leave the NTA to do such job. You are an independent media. Don't do it. That is the way to hold the president or any administration to account. Jonathan, in his own time, he was held to account to a large extent. Thanks to Sahara reporters and all that. They were very much out there and trying to. We were not there at the time. We only came in 2020, barely 2 years ago. So definitely we were not there. But we knew how much Sahara reporters put Jonathan's feet to fire. That is the way. Nobody is saying here that Sahara reporters was perfect. I am not going to sit here as the managing editor of People's Gazette and tell you that People's Gazette is perfect. But overall, our reporting is towards what we are supposed to be doing, holding them to account. They are not their PR people. They have all sorts of spokespersons, all sorts. Billions of naira budgeted every year towards their media. And then you will still be an independent media and be carrying water for them. How is that supposed to make a society work? So Jonathan did his own. Buhari got too much of a pass for me. And I'm not, I'm telling you, my colleagues, really, they know it. They know my position on this matter. Nobody is against Buhari. He's our president. Let him do his job. Let us do our job. That's the way society works. Like you have said, there's judiciary, there's the executive, there's the parliament. Even within government, you have 3 different distinct arms doing different jobs. So the media has its own role, a totally different role to play, and it must be allowed to play it. Buhari did not allow media, and that is sad. As to my colleagues, all my, my compatriots of Yoruba origin like myself, who might be, looking or implying whatever they want to imply about me, like you have said, this conversation, the pattern, seems to be like, people from other parts of the country are saying that, commending People's Gazette's work, while people from, my tribe and Tinubu are seeing it differently, but we welcome criticism. That's the only way we can get better. There's no doubt about that, but we just want people to follow our reporting at People's Gazette, to ignore those who are saying, fake news. No, follow us. They made the mistake here. Did they correct themselves? Did they own up to the mistake? How many mistakes did they make in a year? How many mistakes do media organizations, the BBC or Sky or the New York Times or the CBS or all sorts, how many mistakes did they make in a year? Do they correct as well? People's Gazette also corrects. That's it. We really make mistakes, but we are not going to say that we don't do it at all, because we are human and we would forever be human. And as long as we are humans, we cannot in our life, escape, nature, which is the fact that you will err at a point, in your career. What you must just pray is that it is not too consequential, and that you are able to recover. That is it. So thank you very much for your question, and it's just the way it is.
Thank you, Suleiman. Let me just say we have about 20 minutes left. We booked him for 3 hours, and 3 hours is a long time for an editor to be away from the phone.
Yeah.
So we have to be quick in terms of questions. Just go straight to your question, and Mark, you are next.
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon, everybody, or good evening, UK time, that is. So I was so happy yesterday when they said that somebody coming who can shed more light on this so-called ghost meeting or secret meeting. There were a couple of talkers before that were talking about the issue. I just wanted to add that if someone who you cannot get anybody higher than him in terms of law in the whole of Nigeria, and a president elect who is known to be a little bit fishy suddenly disappear, and then the other guy is saying, "Oh, it's because of security reasons that they didn't say so. That's why he went abroad." The whole illegal something about it is, if it is true, the meeting, and then the whole of the meeting is because of bribe. That is what the whole issue is. That is unfortunately too bad. So the other guy trying to defend, say, "Oh, it's for security reasons. They're going to put his life at risk."
Okay, hold on, Mark. There's a lot of noise where you are, and you are not helping us by going straight to your question. If you just go straight to your question, we can go from there. Okay, no need to give this background. Go ahead. Your question.
Okay, yeah. So what I was saying is there any more information? You're like a journalist, I believe. Something like that. Do you have any more information about the authentication of the meeting or details of the meeting? Because I'm worried. If the meeting went on and it's true, then I think you can forget about the case in court, if you ask me. So that's my question.
No. The meeting didn't hold. To the best of our knowledge, the meeting was preempted, and the Chief Justice, hurriedly had to return to Nigeria. And so far from indications, the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice is in Nigeria, and we also don't think that there will be, there's going to be a confusion now. Who is going to initiate conversation between the team of the
All right, Samuel, I think here. It's from your end, I believe.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. Yes, I was switching my AirPods.
Okay.
So I was basically saying that the meeting did not hold. To the best of our knowledge, it was preempted.
I'm sorry to butt in. What's the authentication that the meeting did not hold?
I said to the best of our knowledge. To the best of our knowledge, we preempted the meeting. To the best of our knowledge.
And that is authentic.
Now,
it's 100% sure.
I'm sorry?
It's 100% sure that this meeting did not hold.
No, to the best of our knowledge, is not 100% assurance. It is that we are a media organization. We can only come to the public to say that this is what we have. It might not be complete, but we will say this is what we have at this time, so that you know that as we know, you also know. If we have updates, you are also entitled to the updates that we have. What we will not do, is to come to the Nigerian people, and publicly, for the kind of organization that we run, for us to come and say that this thing has happened, or there are chances of this thing happening, when we have not gotten enough evidence, enough facts, to come to the public with any information at all, anything at all. If you see it on People's Gazette, just know that we have been working on that thing for a while, because we know very well that the public will hold us to account of anything we do, and then we are not going to take the public for granted in terms of information to the public domain. So now the question you asked is that the meeting, if it happened, would have been extremely consequential. You are right, especially when it was in secret. But to the best of our knowledge, we got the information. We informed the Supreme Court and the National Judicial Council 2 days before we reported the story. So that gave the Chief Justice enough time to return to Nigeria. So that was why our reporting the story coincided with him returning to Nigeria, just hours apart, But that story was something that we worked on and had at least 2 meetings of editors, over to pull through the holes, in it, and then make sure that everything is properly neat. And even the sources were frustrated at one point. This thing, that's how hard it can be. It's not like we don't trust the sources, but we also have to make sure that this thing is going to the public. So we have to make sure that we've done our checks. So Tinubu and the man, were planning to meet. They wanted to meet. That was why the man was in England, right? But we blew this thing out. That was messed up. So they couldn't do anything to the best of our knowledge, But we are not guaranteeing. Again, we are not guaranteeing that they didn't meet. But at least the public knows. Now, the public is very much aware now that either the meeting held or it didn't hold, there was a communication was established between the CJN and the Tinubu, to have whatever discussion they wanted to have. And Nigerians definitely, no matter how much anyone wants to say, Nigerians are entitled to know that information and then use it, the way they want to use it. Maybe they will keep it for now and then wait until some things will unfold in future and then be able to add 1 or 2 things together or not. But at least
it's
the
just
communication, the Nigerian people have it.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Mark, thank you so much. We have to stop it, end it here. I appreciate your time. Chuks, you're next. Oh, all right.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
You wanted to cut me off. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Samuel, for the great job. Sometimes we Nigerians we think we are educated and something is missing in our education. The job of media is to hold the government accountable and to educate the public. And that is what you have done. So for those who come here to divide Nigeria into 3, one is sitting down watching, one is on your side, the other who is supposed to be on your side is not on your side. Just don't mind all those things. This is the reason why Nigeria is not growing.
No, he's part of this meeting, and I'm happy he was able to join from the north. He's part of the meeting. And
no, he said the north. Okay, I said. Let me say it as he phrased it.
He was noticing the pattern of the conversation.
Yeah, he said the north was sitting and watching. And that statement is why Nigeria is not growing. And I leave it for him to digest. Yeah, I
will carry his water here with due respect. I think he's not speaking in that manner. He was noticing the pattern of the conversation, between.
But he is from the north. If he just said the conversation, that they're not sitting and waiting, and watching. Sorry. Yeah. My question is, you said you gave the court, the Nigerian judiciary, 2 days before you reported. My question there is there kind of constitution that says you must do that, or you just did it out of respect? Yeah, that's my question.
Well, thank you very much. Journalism, things are unfolding. People are having different definitions. Debates are raging about how journalists should process stories before coming to the public, right? At Peoples Gazette, we are still somehow married to the traditional way of reporting, which is, you might be a digital, outlet, but we are still married to the traditional ethics. If you are going to report a story at Peoples Gazette, you must, if anybody is accused of something, you must reach that person to get that person to explain themselves to you so that you will add the person's explanation. You already have your facts. Do you get? But you still hear from that person so that the person can tell you that, even though you have your facts, this is what happened. This is why I did this, to justify what they did. which is still part of trying to hold someone to account, justify what they did, and then
Okay.
you add it to your story. So it's
Yeah,
not
if you
like
don't
it is a
mind
law. It's
me
just
adding
ethics.
this.
It's just basic ethics. You reach the person for comment to say, this is what we found out. We said, Festus Akonde, you are the spokesman for the Supreme Court. You are the director of communication. We understand that the Chief Justice of the Federation, Kayode Ariwoola, is in London as we speak. And he is planning to meet President-elect Bola Tinubu. Might you be able to account, to explain to us why the Chief Justice is in London? That's all. We asked that question. And Festus Akonde for 2 days failed to answer us. When we got him, he quickly, he had the question again, and he just eased and then abruptly hung up the call. Right? That's Festus Akonde, the Director of Supreme Court Communications. NJC, which is the National Judicial Council. So we didn't stop at the Supreme Court. We also went to the NJC. So you have both those are the two institutions that you could ask such a question. You know, we also asked the NJC the same question. And then the NJC said, we don't know how to answer about the Chief Justice's whereabouts, and the question should be directed back to the Supreme Court. So we felt that since none of the two institutions would speak, we have done our own. We will go to press to let Nigerian people know. And that was what we did. Now, the reason why we always reach people for comments is because somebody might give us information, right? And that person, might not be accurate, and the person will say, oh, this person has done this and that, and it happens all the time. Over the past week, we've had to go to, our reporters had to go to ministries to meet ministers, to meet heads of agencies, to ask them questions personally, because they said that, come to our office, come and hear from our own side. And we had to delay stories just so that we get to communicate with them. Ordinarily, we say, well, we asked over the phone. Why can't you tell us? No, we would delay the story and then spend our own resources to go to their offices and meet them, just because we want to be fair to them. Anybody that we are writing anything about, we must be fair to that person. We don't prosecute people, we don't persecute people, we don't report in a manner that is, prosecutorial, or that, this person is wrong. So no, that's not how we approach things. We give the person we know that you will always have an explanation for any action that you take, and we will allow you to explain so that it goes with the story that we are publishing. It is balanced and we must be fair. So that is why we do it, because in some cases you have a story, and by the time you reach that party, you will find out that it's a totally different ball game. It's going to change the entire, spin, slant of your story, because that other person will submit documents proving categorically that the information you were initially given was wrong. Now, the way the media works is that if somebody says something like that, and the information is not readily in the public domain, and you fail to cooperate with the reporter to clarify your own role with evidence, the reporter will have no choice but to go to the public with the information that the reporter had been able to gather. For example, if there is a story that, see these documents accusing somebody of wrongdoing, you have that, right? You have seen the documents. But meanwhile, there's another document showing that that person was cleared of that wrongdoing. Now, before you go to press, if you ask that other person for comments, and the person fails to give you, comment to show evidence that exculpates him or her, right? You will go to the public saying that that person was accused of wrongdoing, but you don't know whether the person was cleared. So you are not going to put that in your story. Meanwhile, if that person has shown you evidence that they were cleared of that wrongdoing, you know that you will have to reconsider your story, right? Because that person was cleared. It will be unfair for somebody who has been cleared of an offense, to still be vilified in the media space. So that is why I said that media, we just report what we have. We are not prosecutors. If the matter had gone to court, then the other person will know that there's something higher, bigger at stake. That he might go to jail, which means that he will produce the documents, right, that exonerates him or her in court. So that's why court is different from the media. Media, we raise alarm when we see. It might be wrong, there may be wrongdoing, there may be no wrongdoing, but at least we let the public know. But at least even the alarm, we must always make sure that there is a basis for that alarm to be raised, and not just, raising alarm just for the sake of it. That is frivolous, and that is dangerous in journalism. You don't do that. It is irresponsible, and it should never be for any serious media organization. You must have a basis to take a story to the public before you take it to the public.
All right, thank you, Samuel. We ran out of time. It's three hours. So what we're going to do, we'll try to take the people who are already in the studio. I hope you can do that.
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay. All right. So Mahecho, you're next.
Hey, thank you. Samuel, I want to sincerely say thank you. Thank you for seeing the truth and letting us know the truth. Thank you for not playing the game of tribe when we need the truth to deliver ourselves from this mess. May the good Lord keep you. Amen. May the good Lord uphold you. May the good Lord strengthen you. Because we must get out of this. And it's going to take courageous men like you to stand with us to get out of this. My name is Mama Hecho, as the popular call me in the social media space. But my real name is Hannah Obukoho. I am the convener of Ann Diamond Gold Charitable Organization in Nigeria and Ann Diamond Gold Charity in US. And by the grace of God, we are working on, or we are the CEO of ADG Sport Academy Limited. And by His grace, we shall become the CEO of ADG SET very soon. ADG SET stands for Showbiz, Entertainment, Tourism, and Hospitality. Because our goal is not to continue to jump people to complain. Our goal is to turn the wealth of the nation that they have turned to Yahoo boys and girls, that they have turned to hook up and olocious, that they have turned to kidnapper, Fulani herdsmen. We want to build a life out of them, because the human capital of the nation, it is the wealth of the nation. Like I call them my children. I will not join them to destroy them. And I thank you for the role you are playing. At least I have another show to work with me. Because one of the things we must do, all our stolen wealth that are stuck in the Western world, in form of bank accounts, in form of properties, in form of company, we will look for them and bring them back home so that we can use it to remove my children the condition to be on the streets that they turn to agbero or thug. We want to remove them. So we will need those resources. So we want to work with you. We want to work with Sahara Reporter. So I'm here to just say thank you. I will be leaving my phone number behind. I want your number. We must work together. Together, we shall rescue our nation and build a new Nigeria and leave a better legacy for our children and our children. Thank you, sir. And before I leave, we are more than 900 in this place. Everybody, even on a $1, buy a sticker. Buy a sticker because this one is a bombshell. So we must buy a sticker to say thank you to Dr. Damages. Thank you to Samuel. And if somebody like one man that is so hungry, anguish, and he give us a new English language he just learned in school today, can buy a sticker to demonstrate anguish. All of you that are happy, buy a sticker. If you not buy a sticker, next Saturday, you know they call this platform. Everybody buy a sticker. Thank you. Yeah. I'll leave
Thank you, Mama. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Echo.
Thank you, Mama Echo.
Good afternoon, Samuel. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. So quickly, I'm just glad that in the midst of this craziness whereby we have tribalism playing a part in everything, especially nowadays, I'm glad that you're Yoruba and I'm Yoruba as well. The reason why I bring this up is because I am curious to know what your opinion is in the midst of already it's hard enough to be a journalist. How hard is your job right now as a Yoruba man, as I am, in trying to do your job and being called all kind of names by people that are of the same descent as us? For example, myself and yourself, the same ethnicity. Who think? I mean, they use all kind of names I can't even I kind of validate here. You know what I'm talking about, and it's annoying because it's difficult for you to like discuss with people when all they see is you got to fall in line only because you're Yoruba, rather than to see fairness for what it is and report it as it is, irrespective of tribe, religion, or race. How hard is your job at this time?
Thank you, Femi.
Thank you very much, Femi. I've always been somebody that it has nothing to do with ethnicity. I really don't understand why why we still have this. It's still a feature, right? Unfortunately, I'm so sorry. Yeah, because it's still a feature of our society. This issue of tribalism and everything. From 2020, after we started Peoples Gazette, a couple of weeks later, we started reporting bank documents from Lagos State government, how Lagos State government transferred money into Alpha Beta accounts. Alpha Beta moved the money into a firm called Ocean Trust, right, which is a fictitious onshore shell firm in which the company does not exist. It only exists on paper. The address is in Ikoyi for the office that were, addresses in the court documents. The addresses they don't exist, right? So it's a fictitious company. So Alpha Beta moved the money into that account, and then from the Ocean Trust, you can see how monies were going into Tinubu's family members. Lubumi Tinubu and all the rest. Moving into TVC, that is TV Continental, which is owned by Tinubu, moving into Vintage Press, which publishes the Nation newspaper, and other interests of Bola Tinubu, right? That's how the money was flowing. So you can clearly trace money from Lagos going into Tinubu's pockets, unchallenged. So when we started publishing the document, the feedback then, because Tinubu's people knew that he was going to run for president, so they started attacking. They started coming to me personally. You want to derail the Yoruba agenda, this and that. I was like, did I sit somewhere with you and I told you that Bola Tinubu is my agenda? I don't understand it. He's a Nigerian. If the law says he's entitled to run for president, by all means. But to now say that my journalism will be clouded by such primordial, it's an insult to me personally. I'm sorry. So, but since that year, it's the same thing we've been facing. When we dropped the video of him at the Awujale Palace, urinating on it. It was my phone was crazy that day for me. The things that people say about I don't understand why it's that way, but it's still a feature. And I hope, however it's going to be, we can find a way out of this. We can move from this. A man from Arochukwu, who is my president, I will hold him to account. You have to be responsible when you are the president of Nigeria. If you are from Potiskum, I don't care. I am a reporter. You just have to be responsible. So it doesn't matter whether you are from Ijebu like me or from my hometown. If you are my uncle and you become president, and I am still a reporter, I have not left this profession. You will be held to account. It is simple. So these things, I really get them a lot. Quite frankly, I get them a lot. I can't come and be lying publicly. I get them a lot, but I don't care. And I'm also very, very happy, very, very happy, about the fact that, my editors, my reporters in our organization, to our admin staff, we are all, we don't, ethnicity, religion, they all have no place to play in our organization. Just our job, and that's what we'll continue to do. So that's just the point. But yeah, it can be very, very bad. I mean, from when Buhari and all of them, SSS coming after me, and the police arresting me, and all the all those things that I've suffered, in jail in Nigeria and all that. I really don't, I don't care. They don't define me. It's just for me to continue to do my job, as a reporter, and that's the most important thing. Ethnicity, I hope, and tribalism, all those, sentiments, I hope one day they will, evolve beyond this situation. But right now, we just have to manage, such things. So thanks, Femi, for asking that question. But it's what it is. It's the reality, unfortunately.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Ralph. Ralph, okay, we skip.
Hi, thank you, Samuel, and thank you, Rudolph, for bringing me here. Greetings, Samuel. Appreciate your work that you've been doing, and yes, I understand the whole attacks Nigerians, well, not Nigerians, the supporters of the usuals. So, quick correction, not quick correction, but just a slight thing I wanted to point out. The President of the United States has a press call that goes with him everywhere he goes to. So even on the secret trip, because you only mentioned one media that went with him that was part of the press call. So, and I know some people will try to use that later on.
I'm sorry. What did you mention? I mentioned the Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal followed him.
But that was part of the press call, that the White House press call. That the president
yes, part of the White House press. I said the pool. I said the press pool. The White House press pool. Yeah. So she was representing.
That ties
she was representing the press pool. She was representing the press pool. And it was all very.
Just because you mentioned the Wall Street Journal, because how people take things literally. So I know that they're just gonna go with that. But that ties into the question that I have. That because we have the NUJ, the Union of Journalists, right, in Nigeria. And with this story, the way people are reacting to the Supreme Court, the CGN, do you think it would have made a difference if we had our own pool of, reporters that are like, we have a group that's attached to the Supreme Court and attached to the presidency, and like each governor has a pool. So that adds to the transparency. I'm not saying it's going to be perfect. I'm not going to say it's going to, because we know the Nigerian system, we have to account for that until we eventually arrive at, promised land. But you understand where I'm going.
Yeah, I get your question.
Do you think that will help?
They've always had press pool. They've always had, governors, even some senators have, they have media team. Yes, there is official press pool, battery of reporters attached to governors, attached to the Supreme Court, attached to the president. I was once a reporter from from the villa, from the State House, and following the president around. So really, it's just that it's almost useless. I mean, in our organization, for example, Peoples Gazette, we don't say that we don't have any reporter. Our reporter, covering the villa, doesn't sit at the villa. You only go there when it is important. Unfortunately, what they've turned the place to is not the same as where you have like the White House, in which they hold press briefing almost every day of the week, to ask questions of the day, from the presidential spokesperson, the White House spokesperson. It's not the same in Nigeria. They don't hold press briefings. What they do sometimes will be, if there's a Federal Executive Council meeting on Wednesday, they will take a minister to go and interact with reporters, and then the person will just say whatever the person brings is what reporters will put out there, notwithstanding what actually transpired at the meeting. And then the president himself doesn't make himself available to reporters to be interviewed. Unlike where you always see from the White House, in which as the president is getting down from his Marine One, right? Yeah. You will see questions being thrown at him, as he walks from Marine One into the West Wing or something. You will see questions being asked. If it's at Joint Base Andrews, reporters are waiting for him before he steps onto the plane. They could always throw questions at him. That's not the way it works in Nigeria, and that's so. Even though they have those reporters, if they are there, they won't talk to them. They won't relate with them. It's on occasions, on very rare occasions. Probably Buhari have done it maybe 3 or 4 times over the past 80 years, in which you return from a foreign trip and then allow the aviation correspondents, at the airport to bring them to the tarmac, so that they can ask one question, and the questions are usually, rather. Look, the problem is that they have. Why is Doctor laughing?
Because I know the question is always like, "How was your trip, sir? We're happy to see you come back. Are you healthy now?"
No, but yeah, I have to ask this type of question because there are many people who just assume the media works in black and white, and they don't take into factor this type of situation. That's why it's good to have
they happen. They have.
But it's good to have someone talking about it.
There is the State House. When I covered the State House, I think we're about 126. From representing different media organizations. Covering the villa. Even though some of us we only go on location when there's something important, but you really have that. You really have that. Buhari has not held any briefing with maybe a foreign leader. Side by side. Throwing questions. In a while. And that's it. Maybe 2016 or something was the last one here out of 17. So it's very rare. That's just the point I'm trying to make. It's very, very rare. But they could have made it better. They could have made the reporters, be relevant. But they block them all the time. They don't give them information. So reporters are just at the State House. They don't give them information. And even when State House sources have information, they give to other organizations outside that they are not even inside there, to report. And that's why you always see what our reporters were doing back then and what we are doing, and Premium Times and all that. We don't need to be there, but we get the information more than those who are actually even sitting there warming on the chair every day.
Yeah, all right. Appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Dr. Berichi, you're next.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, how are you, Mr. Ogundipe?
Absolutely good.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
I trust you are well too. Thank you.
I listened to you and I totally enjoyed your presentation. I'm actually very excited to have listened to you because I think it was even yesterday or so. I was talking to my friend. I'm like, each time I watch news in Nigeria by the mainstream media, I get completely frustrated. So I live here. I watch CNN. Where you see investigative journalism, right? People actually, journalists go in, dig deep, and reveal things to people. America has what it's called, CNN has what it's called K-file, where they go, so anyway, so I don't have a question for you, just to say you are priceless, perhaps one of the few endangered species that we have in Nigeria. I like what you do. If we could have somebody like you across all the news media in Nigeria would be better for it. Because you need to hold these people to their feet, hold them accountable. They have a responsibility. They owe us enormous responsibility, especially in the area of transparency. So I sincerely thank you for what you do, and I encourage you to keep doing it. Don't even be distracted by what people who are not as informed as others say about what you do. Just keep doing it.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Berichi. Let's go to Sam. Sam, you're next.
Can you hear me, please? Good evening.
Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Samuel as well. I'm from where you're from as well, from Ogun State in Nigeria. And I'm not saying this or out to attack your person or your personality. You do what you're doing. Every work is a work. A hustle is a hustle. But I'm totally disappointed because from all I've listened to in the last 1.5 hours, I joined this program. This is reckless and irresponsible journalism. Why do I say so? We all travel around the world. The size of the Qatari airport is different from the Heathrow's airport. The size of the airport in Scotland might be different from wherever. You don't expect a 70-something-year-old CJN, okay, to trek some up to 20 minutes distance, sometimes 15 minutes. And if they ask for a wheelchair to be pushed around, how does that mean that it was disguising? Because I listened to you carefully. We are all students of English. You said disguise. Is that not prejudice on your own part? Are you trying to just clout chase, or you need the traffic to your website? Because I don't really understand what is on here. And I'll tell you what I think. You guys are trying to draw out the CJN. So when the case gets to the court proper, okay, when these tribunals start to sit, you will start telling and writing up your base in Nigeria to say you don't believe in this man because it's from the same tribe, but Latinobo is from as well. So it should, that is what you're playing to us, and it's a disgrace. I'm disappointed. I'm not joking about this. 8 million people voted for this man. This is where all of this is going. Believe me. 6.2 million people voted for Peter Obi. 7-point-something million people voted for Atiku. As much as they claim entitlement to Nigeria, you cannot overturn the vote of 8 million people that voted for this man. This is where you are going. You and your paymasters are a disgrace. Whoever is sponsoring this is a disgrace as well. This is a shame. We want a military taking over that country. What you're trying to set up is chaos and anarchy in Nigeria. And I'm saying this from the depth of my heart. Please, let us not overheat the politics. Let Nigeria live. It's going to get better. Maybe not in our generation, but then let's take things easy. Let's calm down. The way we are going about these things is dangerous. It's very, very dangerous, and it's very criminal what you are doing. When the DSS picks you up, I hope somebody's coming to rescue you. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
Thank you, Sam. Samuel, you have any?
About him, he was making a statement. He didn't ask any question.
All right. Ike, you're next.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Damages. My question is really simple, right? I know people have come on here to say, "Oh, he did a fantastic job" and all that. Point is, it's not the first time something similar has been shared, right? So my question is, what is the point? What has it achieved? Okay. Assuming, right, because you rightfully said, you said it might be because of your reportage that the Chief Justice of Nigeria went back. So you're not sure if it was, you're not sure if the meeting was held. And today, I'm in the US, I'm in Louisville, Kentucky. I believe you're in the US or in Europe. Dr. Rudolph is in New York City, and we are meeting virtually, right? They could have met virtually. He could have met him, he could have spoken to him through another person's phone, intermediaries and all of that. So I'm not questioning the propriety of your reportage, but it does raise some issues about all of that, right? But the point is, Nigeria over time has gone into tribal, in quotes, and ethnic trenches. This would not alleviate it. This will not solve it. This will deepen it. Because remember what Asiwaju said. He said, Yoruba local, Emi local. So it's about Yoruba and about him. So, and that's how this has played out. One man went to Mo, Mark, Sam, everybody who is Yoruba, except the other gentleman who spoke with an accent, have basically condemned you the way they condemn Rufai in channels. It is going to deepen the crisis. So the question is, what's the point? Because at the end of the day, it is not about the personality of Tinubu. If P2B won, probably I bet he will not do well because it's the structure. So my question is, what's the point? What did you achieve? What's the whole point?
Oh, well, I mean, thank you very much. I think your question is about the inspiration, right? Like, if ultimately this is what we're going to get. But I mean, it's a potent question. The thing there is, it's journalism. It's journalism, and journalism is not, it's not something that it's defined, not as something that, when people see it, they'll be very happy. Everybody will be happy. No, it's defined as where you're reporting something that somebody out there does not want you to report. That's just the simple definition of what constitutes journalism. So if the Yoruba, they are very passionate about this situation. I mean, we've seen the cross section of those who spoke here. And if you try to measure those who have spoken on this forum, and compare, also try to align those who also spoke on social media, the backlash, sort of against People's Gazette on the social media, you would also see that it's coming from a specific section of the country, and that's not how we operate. That's not how we operate. The way we operate is that we look at the story, we look at the elements of the story, and we feel, look, do we have enough facts? Is the story in public interest? Is it factual? Can we stand by it? Can we defend it? Is it in public interest? Once we have been able to do that, we leave all the how people react, the sentiment, how discouraging it might be. I mean, at this point, people like the character that just spoke now, and others similar to that. I'm not going. They are the least, of my concern as a reporter. My primary concern as a reporter is to be able to achieve a kind of an open Nigeria, a society that is open. If we have an open society and everybody is able to achieve, to rise to any level in life, to make things for themselves in life, they won't see the position of CJN, or they won't be subservient to think that, oh, you are in that position, you cannot be questioned. You are in that position, your security is more important than public interest, what the public must know, the public's right to know. People will be thinking that way. So that's the concern. We get our information. We don't, we are not bothered at all. The vitriol that I suffer personally, it's quite enough. But thankfully, as long as my family is isolated, from such vitriol, me personally, I am fine. And so are my colleagues, across the offices. They are very, very much upbeat about our journalism. We can defend our journalism anywhere, because we know that the best is for us not to be beholden to the powers that be. What we must do is to only be accountable to the Nigerian people. Among those Nigerian people are also those who are questioning, who are criticizing. But I've seen some of them here, and I've been very happy to respond to actual criticism, actual question, bordering on our journalism. It's not something that we see every day. What we usually see, is people who just say, oh, it's fake news. They have no credibility. And then people like, the last character that just came, in which they will make they will say all sorts of vitriolic, diatribe, just for the sake of it. But I understand their position. But the fact is that Bola Tinubu is Bola Tinubu. Bola Tinubu is somebody who has a reputation of drug dealing. There's no doubt about that. It is in black and white in the US court document. So anybody who finds a drug dealer you know, in the manner of Bola Tinubu, you know, as a leader, as somewhat of a mentor or somebody worth leading a nation, the person by all means should feel free to do so. We are all citizens, you know. But this is not my personal opinion. This is a matter that is in the public interest. This is a matter that is already in the public domain. So that is so people talking about, oh, how this story could be, you know, Bola Tinubu is no longer somebody that you can be talking about defaming, you know, because it doesn't have the reputation, you know, that could be defamed, you know, anywhere in the world. So that is just the fact. And I'm a reporter, but the fact is that I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and as such, you know, I am entitled, you know, to say that this is our position on things. But then it has nothing to do with how we reporting. You know, people have criticized us that, oh, we are APC propaganda, you know, it's all over somebody, you know, people were tweeting that all over the, you know, the place, that we are APC propaganda, you know, outlets and all that, because they see some stories regularly that favor Tinubu and all that. What we just do is to report randomly on issues that are in public interest. So if anything that we report favors Bola Tinubu, so be it. If it favors Muhammadu Buhari, so be it. If it is Peter Obi that is on the receiving end, so be it. So our own is just that we have information and we report that information to the Nigerian people. So notwithstanding the, you know, ethnic or tribal you know, proclivities that we continue to see in our country.
All right, Samuel, thank you so much. Let me say before you go, there were some questions on the comment section. I didn't get a chance.
Oh, okay.
But just two of them. I will paraphrase what they were trying to say. One was saying, are you suggesting that the Chief Justice should not be part of any judgment now that will get to the Supreme Court? Is that what you want? And that's a question from somebody, I don't remember the name. It's been a while that I saw that. And there was another person who said, is there any way to support or donate to your organization? So.
Okay, what was the first question again?
The first one is whether you are suggesting or you would like this Chief Justice of the Federation to recruit.
Okay. Okay. No. I mean, the Chief Justice's action is highly suspect. What we are saying is that why did he do what he did? It's possible that he might be able to account, other than trying. The fact that he's even trying to use media to manipulate the public shows that he's not entirely, you know, clean in the manner that he's handling this thing. He should have been more forthcoming, you know, say, look, I have nothing to hide. This is everything about my trip. Why is he not doing that? We reported this thing since Thursday. Today is Sunday. Supreme Court is using PR, paying media people. Do you know how bad that is? To try to whitewash a serious issue. It's because something is hiding there. If there is an inquiry into this matter that clears the Chief Justice, so be it. We can't say that he should forcefully recuse himself. But if there is no inquiry, you know, and it still goes on to be part of, you know, the panel, because it's the chairman. So it's the Chief Justice and then in succession, the next 6 persons, you know, to make up about a 7-man panel for the presidential election petition judgment. So if it goes on without clarifying what he has done, you know, that his London trip, if it goes on, if it just continues to use anonymous people to attack on social media or to, you know, use media, you know, continue to spend money on the media to whitewash the situation without actually, you know, explaining, being, you know, accounting for his own movement to the Nigerian people, then, you know, by the time the judgment comes and it's part of the, you know, however Nigerians take it is the way that, you know, it will be. If you know, so it depends on how it goes. So I'm not here to necessarily say that, oh, he must recuse himself. No, Nigerians, that's left to Nigerians to demand, you know, from him. What we are doing, because we just report the facts to the Nigerian people, We don't, do advocacy against this and that. No, we just report. Then Nigerian people will use that information, to go and hold them to account. So Chief Justice, in my opinion, in order to make himself more, his position more tenable, to the Nigerian people, he's supposed to clean himself, explain everything with facts, documents backing everything, and then putting it to Nigerians so that people can say, okay, well, it seems like maybe after all, he could still be part of the panel, notwithstanding how the judgments goes. Because what matters most is that Nigerian people, no matter how the judgments go, at the end of the day, are able to say that they have the confidence in the Chief Justice. Because what you can see the narrative from the other and Tinubu's people, is that this is an attempt to put the Supreme Court in a situation in which the court will have no choice but to overturn the election, knowing well that the results, anything short of overturning that election that brought Tinubu into office, will be unacceptable to Nigerians. That's how they are translating our story. But we said we only preempted the meeting from holding, not necessarily how the Supreme Court's judgments out the Election Petition Tribunal would go. But if they want Nigerians to believe, if the Supreme Court wants Nigerians to trust the judgments on this particular very serious matter of national presidential election petition, then the Chief Justice must come clean on what he did in London. That's one. As to the second question about donation, we appreciate people who have offered to donate to People's Gazette, and the thing there is that we have not rolled out, because we felt that we have only launched a year, 2 years ago. People have been asking to donate to us from the get-go, but we felt that let's still do more. Let's do more, because it's a very, very tough media environment. Independent media is extremely difficult to run in Nigeria. I will admit that. And the reason is because when you run a story that is highly critical of people in power, people around them, would then start being afraid to bring business, because they will see that, you just ran a story about somebody. And then, because when they see the business, in the case of Lai Mohammed, the information minister saw a banner ad on their website and then called the person up. That, you are getting federal contracts and you are giving adverts to People's Gazette. So the business had to call us and say, look, we get the audience, the views, we appreciate business with you, but the government is not happy. The Minister of Information is threatening us about this matter. So therefore, we can do editorial partnership, in a manner that it won't be a banner on your website that people can see and then target us. It will just be like an editorial partner in which we can then pay you. You can use our material if anything comes, from it. So in that manner, people do it just to say that, so that they don't run away entirely, because they like our journalism. They want to continue to use their adverts to support our journalism because it's crucial, but they are afraid they are being targeted by the government. So that happens. But we just said, let's wait for some time, to do more work before we then start asking Nigerians for donation. So that way we can then say, look, see our bona fides. This is why we deserve, your support in order for us to continue to run an independent journalism, fearless. Our slogan is truth, courage, or nothing. Is either we are telling the truth courageously, or we are not even in the media business at all. We are not even in the journalism business at all. So if we can't do those two things, we are out. We should just pack our business. So that's why it's seeming like, we are this. No, but we are doing our own thing. Other outlets are doing their own thing. So for people saying that they want to support us, we appreciate you. We will receive support from you in future, but we have not rolled out the process, the entire structural policy around accepting public donation at People's Gazette. Everything is still pending, but when we roll such things out, such solicitation out, then we will put it, in the public domain for the public to see. And then how we use anything that is donated to our organization will be published every quarter or annually. for Nigerians to see the report of our expenditure so that they know where the money they donate to us, how it is being spent. So that's how we do. So we are not too big. We are, in fact, about the smallest in the country, But the Guardian in the UK is taking donation, about 90 million pounds in the previous year. And that's to tell you that this thing is not unique to us. If you come to the public that we want donation, it's because we actually need the donation. We need the public support. We will roll it out, but it is not right now. But kindly watch out for when we roll it out, and we would appreciate how much, however you want to donate to organizations. So we appreciate this question, and we get these questions regularly.
Okay. Thank you so much for spending over 3.5 hours with us. We appreciate you and what you do, and we hope that you will come back in the future to join us. And that's what I like, the way you actually explain the workings of the media, because I get that all the time. People don't actually understand, especially now that people consume media for free. People don't pay for media, and they don't seem to understand the cost involved in, they will say things to me like, why didn't this reporter go here? And they don't understand that if you want to fly a reporter from Lagos to Ebonyi State to cover something, how much it will cost. And
it can be a very high. It can be a very high budget. I mean, we're looking at our books over the elections. It was quite expensive. It was a lot of money. But we had to do it. It's just what has to be done.
All right. Thank you so much for coming, and keep doing the work you do.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for having me. It's a great pleasure to engage with your audience, and I hope we will do this again next time.
We will. So when we come back, we will do a recap with our guests, with our audience members. The guests will leave us by then. So let's take a little break, and then we'll be right back.
Sorry, get my feet. Imam, let's go. Imam? Where's Imam? Okay. Imam? Where's Imam?
Network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like like prince and princess. Remember, remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Pressing down for so long.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's been an interesting day, and we want to spend probably an hour to recap on what happened, your impression, and everything else. So let me start with people who didn't get a chance to talk to Samuel, and which is not my fault. Let me start with you, Mr. James. I know that you came on. I saw you in. I don't know what happened. But,
Please just kindly excuse me. Okay, can you hear me, please?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Good. I decided to sign out because the question I had in mind was answered. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Other people which are good. Now, I just want to make a statement before I leave. From what the gentleman has said, the narratives he gave, if you base it for a very difficult times in Nigeria. I remember the case of Emmanuel Noriega in Panama. I can't remember the year when the U.S. forces invaded the country because Noriega was involved in drug trafficking. I do not know how Nigerians will feel if we wake up one day to hear that the US government or the British government or French government or Russian government invaded Nigeria and cut away the president of the republic. I do not know how we are going to feel. Because this issue of drug trafficking, there are a lot of things that goes with it, which ordinary people like you and me know absolutely nothing about. And the guy also made mention of something very important. These people going abroad for medical treatment, are they signing away the integrity of the country just for them to get well? For example, Buhari staying there for over how many days? Do we know if this guy has signed away some oil wells in the Niger Delta just for him to be rejuvenated? Nobody knows. So we should brace up for a very, very hard time to come. I'm saying this because about a year ago, I said on a Symphony platform, Symphony TV online platform, that this election should be called off. The country should be properly organized before we conduct the election. But anyway, I was a voice in the wilderness. Thank you so much indeed, Dr. Damages. I want to sign out again. I'll be with you on YouTube.
Thank you, James. Adewale, you're next.
Good afternoon, Dr. Damages,
Nice.
and everybody on the show. Well, thank you for bringing me in. Well, I think that Samuel Ogundipe, the guy from Peoples Gazette, has done the job that a journalist is expected to do. I don't know why, people are hungry that, a journalist is just doing his job, reporting what they suspected to be a foul play. So, in my opinion, if somebody like the CJN would be traveling out of the country, it should be known to Nigerians, right? He's answerable to us. So the election is over, right? The election is over. Whether by hook or crook, they have given us a president-elect, and he should be ready to subject himself to public scrutiny. So you sneaked out of Nigeria. People, journalists have the right to report about it. Unfortunately for these people, when Tinubu traveled, nobody knew about it until Sahara Reporter broke the news. And then, I think few hours later, I got a report I read that report from People's Gazette saying that the CJN also traveled to London and France. The Tinubu camp were claiming their man went to France. The CJN went to London and France. I don't know how far apart the two countries are. So they're in Europe, right? And then somebody is saying that, oh, CJN didn't travel, and all of a sudden we read that the CJN traveled on the 18th, and then he came back on the 23rd, when they were already showing some video on YouTube that the CJN went to the mosque, trying to present it as if this man never went anywhere. So it was when we started reading news from Premium Times and People's Gazette and everything, and the spokesperson for the CJN began to reveal that their man went to London on the 18th, but came back on the 23rd. So I think there's something is suspicious, that is a suspicious movement. And I think Ogundipe is right. Then I also want to have that somebody during the show was saying all sorts of things, trying to, castigate Ogundipe for doing the report. That he should be ashamed of himself. He's, that he doesn't, if Nigeria may not be good now, it may not be better in our lifetimes, but, Nigeria will be good. And the guy is living in the United States. You said you are living in the United States, and you are saying it doesn't matter if Nigeria is in bad shape now, that it should continue to be a bad country. I think that is very disgraceful. The man has done his job. Tinubu, when he signed up to become a candidate in that election, and he knows the desire of becoming president, he also signed up to the fact that he was ready to subject himself to public scrutiny. So he should be ready for it. We have been reading from Bayo Onanuga and many of their friends that very soon, very, very soon, as soon as the president-elect is sworn in, people should be ready to be taken by the DSS, to be arrested and locked up. People posting things on YouTube, on Twitter, they should be ready for arrest. So I think the media, everybody needs to be aware of that. They are already threatening. We may be in for something even worse than we experienced under Buhari. Everybody should be aware of that, but we should not be afraid. This is their way, and I think people pushing that kind of narrative at this time should be ashamed of themselves too. So the man has done his job. Kudos to him. I love the job they are doing. If they didn't have anything in the whole thing, they would not. Both of them would not travel at the same time. And the man would not be sneaking around in London and disguising in wheelchair. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you, Adewale.
Hello, Doctor. Happy Sunday to everyone. I joined late. I just came back from Mass, so by the time I joined, you were, I think, the last two panelists were asking questions, Mr. Ike and one other person. Well, the journalist has done his job. We're in a critical period in Nigeria, and every movement should be reported. Even if they just saw him at the airport, it should be news, because this is a very this is an unusual period in Nigeria. We know how the election went, and the man INEC declared the winner. We know his antecedents, the way he does his things behind closed doors, here and there, secretly, and all that. So, like the last speaker said, we should brace up for a more difficult time. I mean, like Adewale said, if Supreme Court turns their eye the other way and allow him to be president, because his men, they are specialists in spinning news. They are the chief spinners of news under Buhari, trying to propaganda and lies are what they eat with. They know it very well, and though others know it, they are not the only ones that know it. But what we know is that they will go all out to guard the press, to guard the Nigerian public, and to do things the way they like. They claim they are progressive and they are Democrats, but they started showing what they would do when they come in. You see that Mr. Bayo Onanuga saying all he's saying. I'm disappointed. That man is one of those who people saw as those who fought the Babangida regime. In fact, after Newswatch went off the scene a little, news took over and they were telling us, giving us reports of things, and he was one of the arrowheads. For him to come this time around and be making all kinds of comments, even hate speeches, and even asking the DSS to beam a searchlight on those who they feel are opposing Tinubu, and trying to spin the court, the tribunal appeal, Obi and Atiku has taken their matter to as a ploy to annul the election. You can see the West is using annul, as if trying to make it look like June 12th. Those younger Nigerians who didn't even know what happened during 1993, we think that, oh, they're trying to annul Tinubu's election. This is completely different. These are contestants who normally are not satisfied with the INEC ruling or INEC decision that Tinubu won, and they are going to court. Onanuga is coming to tell us it's an annulment. They're trying to stop his inauguration and all that. You can see what he's saying, and the DSS that they said should arrest Obi and his running mate are keeping quiet. They did a lot of things, they are keeping quiet. So that apart, what I feel is that more searchlight should be beamed not just on the Chief Justice, but other Supreme Court and even the Appeal Court judges, justices. Let us know what they are thinking, because this has gone beyond the level that everybody just sit on the fence and say whatever they do should accept it like that. We should know what they are trying to. They should do the right thing. They are feeling the pulse of Nigerians. They know where the people's mind are, and they should do the right thing. Anything beyond that, I don't know. Nigerians may not take it lightly this time. It's really, really sad. But I pray that Ogundipe and his crew, his team, will continue to dig deep to really know if Tinubu and this man really met, and probably what they discuss. Doctor, one more thing I want to add is that it's unfortunate that currently now in Nigeria, some sections of the press have taken sides. The press is no longer the press we used to know during the military rule. Some of them maybe fear of being hunted down, fear of being closed down or taking their salary stopped and all that. Everybody is being cowed now. I'm urging all of them to come back to what they used to be objective. It doesn't matter who is involved. If it's Obi, if they have anything on Obi, they should say it out. They have anything on Atiku, they should say it out. They have anything on Tinubu, they should say it out. Nigeria should be seen to grow beyond the level we are. We are now a laughing stock in the world. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ndubisi. Let me go to Austin. I'll come to the people who were here before. Austin, go ahead. Austin.
No, I just had to tune in, and I saw Ndubisi talking. Really, maybe I just need to wait a little bit for some few minutes, then go with the flow. because I wasn't here to listen to Adewale about the story that came up. So I'll just stay at the background. Maybe in the next 2 minutes you can ask me.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mama Echo.
At least I am vindicated, yo. Yesterday they were saying, how did you know? You didn't want to carry Ghana must go. Samuel, thank you for stopping the evil that would have happened. Help me to continue to touch light. Touch light. They're going to expose them. Now the beginning of disgrace and shame. You people put shame and disgrace upon us with the work of Tif Tunubu and Emso Luomo. We've not cleaned that up. Baba went carry white wig for head. He won't come add your own journal. Abba. You people are in for serious wahala. Now tell us, when my children and myself we small, una say the young shall grow. We can't grow. Una tell us when we small, you are the leaders of tomorrow. Try to pay our school fees. We can't grow. We won't assume leadership because we see say una won't be a caged people. Una leave us for 1960 and behind. And we can see say our mate is there for the 23 century. 2023 century. Una leave us for 1960 behind. We say make una give us chance because me and my children, we know say we smart, we dey intelligent. If only una give us chance, we know how we go run mid-2023 in the global world. Una say no. We work hard. Boo Boo, he come to USA some years back. They ask a simple question. Your youth population is growing. What is your plan for that? Now he open his brain because he don't memorize wetin people like Kuyamu be don't teach her. Now he open his mouth because they talk of climate change. Olodo number one. Now since that day, now time I say, wake up, wake up. If your children must fulfill destiny, these people not get plans for us. Then una can say, okay, election can reach. My children can say, for us not to be lazy youth, let us work. They look all the candidates finish. They can't pick the man when he say, I want to change Nigeria from consumption to production. Even though it was not my favorite, and I tell him for his face. I said, because my children, they support you and not get choice. Because I better my mind do. He said, no, they give shishi. My sister said, oh, correct, sir. We like you the same. My children work so hard. Day and night. They go villages. The little when they get, they can do hard work. It can't reach election day. They won't vote. Some people, when they call themselves senior PhD Agbero in Lagos, they can't pick some specific tribe of my children. Say, if you be Igbo, you must not vote here. Presidents, he can't come out. Because, okay, INEC, chairman, he go reset in brain, make it let fair election to take place. Now that time, Oluomo that will soon end up in Okere prison, he go open his mouth, they threaten those same tribe. Tutu not comment. Someone go not comment. Then the useless policeman, when he call himself commissioner of police for Ogun State, he come open his mouth say, now play the play. The next day, witch cry in the night. Pickings come begin they die during the day. Because they make them keep am for inside. Let it be. Then Fayose come they tell us say since the day when they born her for im mama womb, then na rigging when they take rule us. So therefore, it is a normal thing. Fayose and one man when be say he go school today, he can't learn the English language. Work on because they even they donate £2, £2, common £2. Now I can they donate to my pikin, Dr. Damaging for all the work when they work. If you sabi they donate, why you not give us £100? See as in fact be like that of a Miloko. You people, it's not business as usual. You see this Monday, it dey hot for my hand. We go collect am. Because if we allow this drug barrel called with Tinubu to rule us, hey, all the drug barrel all over the world, they go come collect their position in Nigeria. We not go gree. Enough is enough. This
Thank
one
you.
is a done deal.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mama Echo. Dr. Berechi, you're next.
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. Yeah. You know. You know, as we make effort to perfect our democracy, you know, one of the areas that also has to change would be the media, especially in Nigeria. You know, and so that is why I think Mr. Ogundipe and those who are like him really have their work cut out for them. They are playing in an environment where people are not really as informed, do not even understand how journalism works. I recall in 2008 or 2009, there was an issue between Obama. I think there was a political furore over what the way Obama characterized the treatment that was meted to one Harvard professor, a black professor. And so they had what they call a beer summit at the White House. That was just shortly after I left Nigeria for my master's here in Canada. So what I found unbelievable and very, very fascinating was that for a number of days, the media in America, especially the CNN, was digging to find who paid for the flight ticket and the beer that Obama and this professor from Harvard drank when they had their summit in the White House. As a Nigerian, I was wondering what a waste of time. Like how could this even be newsworthy? But so it took me time to understand that, you know, that little things you would ordinarily consider as not being newsworthy could actually lead to a newsworthy story. So, and that is the level of accountability that the Western democracy has attained, and that is the kind of accountability that Nigeria must get to if we really want to have a country, a democracy that actually works. So what, like I said earlier, when I watch Nigerian news, I'm wondering, maybe Dr. Okonkwo might have an answer here. I mean, is it that the Nigerian media do not really have enough money to employ investigative journalists, or is it that they don't have the manpower in that area in Nigeria is very, very poor? Sometimes when you watch the news, like I give you two examples. Like yesterday, a couple of days ago, I watched with cringe the argument that ensued between two Abga national, two people who are claiming to be Abga national chairman or whatever, right? The issue was the interpretation of a Supreme Court order that they had just obtained that merely corrected a slip in its previous judgment. So these two guys went at each other just over what was actually what the ruling really was. And I'm like, Channel TV should have a legal expert. Like normally in when I watch CNN, normally when there is a judgment like this, you will see those legal guys, those who are lawyers, actually at least go through this document and inform people. It's not as opposed to just say, oh yeah, say what I saw the CNN the channel guy doing was.
Hold on.
Yes.
I think you're talking about this. Let's see if we can watch it.
Jigawa as national chairman of the party. And when I was removed, my deputy took over and brought the candidate who was recognized by APOGA in the 2021 elections. All right, please go ahead, Chivoye.
Please, I'm happy he's here. And he said it for the first time we're meeting. I've never met him.
Physically? What do you mean? Me and Sally Amuche, when we sat there, do you know what do you mean?
I've never met you. We've never met like this.
We've met one-on-one, my friend.
Don't tell me you're a friend. I'm not your friend.
Sorry.
Now, let me make a point. Ask him, he's here. Who witnessed your national convention in Owerri?
Are we here for that? I'm saying to you
that. Answer the question.
I'm saying to you that when my stop pointing at me.
No. The INEC witness. Answer a simple question now. The INEC witness your national convention. Yes or
recognized. When my deputy was recognized.
Who recognized him?
INEC now, I gave him
INEC did not recognize anything.
Did Umoji? Was Umoji not the candidate? Was Umoji not the candidate?
Gentlemen, let's take one after the other.
Very careful.
So go ahead,
He talked about his deputy. Which deputy? What happened was on June 15, 2021. Some people gathered at Boating Hotel, area 7, sorry. And they held a sham neck meeting. Aired live by AIT, live. And I was watching, I said, according to the Constitution of APGA, Article 13, no national convention will hold without the national chairman giving the notice. Even the meetings of MWC, meetings of NEC, national convention, according to our constitution, must be issued by the national chairman, who issued the notice for the so-called NEC meeting that removed.
All right.
Yeah. I think he even got. I mean, he played the part he played is even the Mida of the Midas. As far as that encounter. I think that was a point where he took because he was holding the Supreme Court judgment, and he took it to him, and it's like, show me look at this is what was said, and then there was back and forth, and it was quite a scene to watch. So then I was wondering, so so two things basically there, but the other one is not really my issue, which is putting them together very close to each other was one poor judgment as far as I can tell, because it could have led to something very 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 ugly. So, but back to journalism and investigation. So they went back and forth, and at the end of the day, neither the channels guy nor even the viewers actually understand what the true issue really was. And so that is it. So, and now there's this election just took place, and then people have been talking about what transpired at different states. And so now I've been looking for what I've been looking at, watching news to see which news media will even take time to go into the IREV and at least do a bit of journalism to say this is what we have gone to River State. So when these INEC guys appear before them, they will say it's not about what was said in the press or what somebody else said, what a labor man said. As a news media, as an organization, what have you found out? What I mean, I think you could actually have gone in and put a result and based on your own findings as a news media, interrogate people that come before you. So it's always when they go, it's always, so I don't see that in the media. It's always when they come, this one will say his own mind. Another person will say the media, the news organization does not have any any. They have no interest in conducting their own investigation. At least to actually educate people who watch them. So I was fascinated to have seen this young guy and the kind of work he does in that space, and I pray that there will be a lot more of him in the media landscape in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So let me say, Austin, hold on. Let me say you were asking, is the media not the media has no, you said, do they not have enough money? They have no money, not enough. They don't have any money, zero. So the fact that you still have media in Nigeria, you should thank non-profit organizations, foundations that support the media in Nigeria. Without them, you won't have newspapers. Zero. So for those who have not had time to study the Nigerian media, most of the media are owned by politicians. So that's not real professional media. When a politician or friends of the politicians own the media. So it's difficult for people operating in that environment to actually do the work the way they should do it. And if you see what people are paid in the media, you'll be sorry. You won't do it. Anybody you see in the media, they are doing public service. Nobody who will do it, So it's a long conversation. One day we're going to have that conversation here, because people sometimes sit down at home and expect magic from the media, and they don't pay for it. They don't ask, why are you paying your staff? How are you covering the country? You can see, like during this election, there was not much coming out from the North. Why? Because the media, they don't have anybody. Think about whatever media you can think about in Nigeria. Guardian, Vanguard, Punch. They don't have everybody in every state capital. So how do they cover that region? It's tough. But people who consume media, especially people who don't pay, these days nobody pays, I expect magic. How would they do it? Where would the money come from? So there's no money. They're underpaid. There is no money. It's public service. And whatever is wrong with Nigeria is also wrong with the media. You can't have a media that is isolated from the problems of the country. So anyway, let's go to Igbo basics.
Dr. Damages, you threw me a curveball, but nonetheless, a good name, I still believe, is better than gold and silver. When our guest today, Ogundipe, came online, he spoke eloquently. If S.A. Ogundipe, the person who wrote our history books and our geography books, if he was a bad person, I would have been throwing or casting aspersions at the Ogundipe of today. So I am enlightened and appreciative of the work that the gentleman has done. Having said that, yesterday I was having a conversation with a friend or a colleague about investigative journalism. And the person was saying that there has not been much of investigative journalism since Delegewa. And I said to that person, no, that the work of David Hundeyin really cut very, very deep. And that is why we have a cross-section of discussion in the media today about the man named Alhaji Tinubu. Then when Samuel Ogundipe was talking, he talked about the ability of we being able to know the location or the movement of our statesmen. And I chime in to say that they are property of the state. And I was about to say something about what happens when a public figure comes out. And I said in 1998 at the University of London, Aton Zeribe, he spoke at the stage. That was at the World Igbo Congress, 1998. After he finished speaking, he disappeared. I was in the midst, and I wondered, I looked around, I didn't see him come down. I realized that the man must have left the stage. I quickly left the scene, went to the streets of London, and I saw Aton Zeribe walking down the street.
And I came tiptoed right by his side. And I said, One Nakedu. He almost, that is, Yekujala. What am I trying to say? Is that while we are looking at this mirage, Chief Justice, travel, travel, let us look behind because there is something else always brewing. And I will bring in the quote of my good friend, Ken Okorie, the former Secretary General of World Igbo Congress. He says that every business decision has legal implications. So for every move and everything that Samuel Ogundipe presented here today, I see a situation. One of the reasons why we write the way we write at Igbo Basics or Basics Express. We write certain things, and we write from the mind frame of Ngederebiro. We can write a story, and by that I mean the place where they write Biro. Now your name where they write there. So we can tell a story, and the story we tell, it is only those who have committed the act that has been painted in the story that will come swinging. We didn't name them. We didn't name Okafor there, but the Okafor who has stolen our wealth will come out and say, "Stop it! You are doing this. You are doing that." Let us brace up, and I challenge all of us and all Nigerians, more so to the journalists who are in Nigeria. It's a labor of love. Nobody is paying these folks. They hardly find a way even to refill their pen. And that is one of the reasons why publications in Nigeria has been owned by politicians like the previous, you can say, like Rudolph alluded here. From Champion newspaper, which is no more, maybe it's still somewhere, I don't know. The Concord newspaper, which was owned by Abiola, and I alluded here that Concord newspaper translated into Sun newspaper. So let us realize that it is our collective responsibility. If you see something, say something. Otherwise, these folks who are hounding at us, who are harassing us, who are already casting aspersions at who is going to be locked up and who is not going to be locked up, who the hell are they? They are fellow Nigerians. I am saying to all of us, and for those who come out to this space, to come and try to plop down on anybody who is telling the truth. I saw my good friend, one man went to Mo, he came here and blabbered his own, and the other person who said he's a lawyer came here and blabbered his own. What the hell do you guys think you are doing? If your hand is in the cookie jar, we can understand. But if we are to be transparent, we talk to Dr. Rudolph here, because the man is simply transparent. And that's why we associate ourselves here. So it should be a challenge. All well-meaning Nigerians, because if we don't get it right, I remember yesterday somebody was so ashamed of being a Nigerian because we are about to swear in somebody who has been, pointed as a drug baron. I walk out now, somebody I say I'm a Nigerian, somebody will look at me. Are you one of them? Come on now, let us get serious. Why has America not openly gone and congratulated Mr. Tinubu or Alhaji Tinubu? It's for the sake of us. My children will look at me and say, Dad, what's going on in your country? No. Let us please join hands together, find a way to support the little ones who are doing journalism in Nigeria so that they will not be bought over. They are hungry. They are hungry. And that's why you find them, thank God for social media, because social media has exposed a whole lot of things that the traditional media will not expose to us. If Oladipo Dia, former head of state, as deputy head of state, can die at age of 79, who else will not die in that country? Let those people who are in the Tinubu camp stop. Let them stop threatening to lock up anybody or do anything. No, it's not our turn. We have to band together and call them out at every angle. Enough is enough.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, for the job you are doing. Keep it up, and we are behind you.
Thank you. Austin.
No, greetings everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. The point is this: I always say this, that if there is a crime being committed, you maybe a terrorist attack. I always say that once there's a terrorist attack, you see the president of the United States or maybe this person will always condemn the attack. It doesn't mean that those who died will come back to life. It's just to make the attackers know that they were not supported. So sometimes you see people, somebody will always say, we talk, talk, and talk, and nothing happens. But the fact that you talk, those who are on the wrong side of the river always know that you are not in support of such a thing. So talk is not that bad. It makes the other person to know that this thing you are doing is not correct. And sometimes with time, they get to realize that what they are doing is not correct. I always believe in solutions. Sometimes I don't like we always talk on one thing over and over again. It is when wicked people get into office, for them to hide what they are hiding, they now clamp down on the media. You and I, as Dr. Damages have said it, the media is not funded, or they always direct you on what to say and what not to say. And that is why when you write your script, you want to publish it, they'll say, show me, let me see what you have said. From what you have said, I'll know what to remove and what to add. So we always need to look at it. That's why we are talking of fighting for the right person to be on the seat. Because if the right person does the right thing, he empowered the media, and the media tell the people what to do. One of the things you see, I was so disappointed was when the National Orientation Agency, when these Naira notes, where we had problem, not people were not even educated to know that a new Naira note is coming. And I saw the chairman of the National Orientation Agency telling the central bank that there was no publication. Who is supposed to do it? Are you not the leader of the National Orientation Agency to go and educate Nigerians that see this kind of thing that will be happening this time, or we are doing this or doing that? So my point is this: we will always talk to say that this is right, this is wrong, this is this, and this is that. The more we say it's not because everything will change overnight, but with time, the more we castigate the things which are not well done, the more people always want to do it well. Because everybody, I've always said, they always want to look at, we are good people, we are nice people. No, they always want to say we are good. And the more you tell them that this thing you are doing is bad, then I think the more they will change from it. So I really want to appreciate that People's Gazette person who really brought this to the limelight. When I saw that news, I had to read through it. These days, we have our Android phones, we have the data, we can always read from anywhere, even though we will not see the hard papers. Is it the Punch and the rest? We will not see the hard papers, but at least we can read from their site and see what they do. We will try to read, and no matter how little we have, sometimes I know there are times where sometimes we used to do some little contribution to them to encourage them as well. But the government, through purposeful leadership, can really change it if they do the right thing. Like, elect the right person who does the right thing. If you have nothing to fear, you will surely allow the media to say their mind. And to end up, as Dr. Damages will always know how to say, please, those in the comment section, like the video and subscribe so that we can also encourage Dr. Damages. That's just the whole thing. Like,
And
Please,
also,
we have to
like,
buy more super chat.
also,
There are staff in Nigeria that are working with Dr. Damages. If you don't know, they need to be paid salary. Buy more super chat. Let us pay their salary this month without anything coming from Dr. Damages pot. So I need more super chat.
all
Thank
right,
you.
thank you. Austin, the other reason I was told, because I don't understand some of these things, is that if we have enough people like the video, YouTube will show it to other people. The most important thing is when we bring a guest that shed light into certain things, we want more people to see it. It's not just the people who are watching it at this point, but also more people to see. And all it requires from you is to click like on YouTube. I think anybody can do that, but that's just a recommendation. We can force people to do it. Let me go to Prince. Prince, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Damages, and good day, everyone. It's just a minute to 12 here in California. I just want to say thank you for bringing Samuel Oladipo, on board today. I'm surprised at how most Nigerians reason. And the painful thing about it is that some of these people have been in other climes. Some of them, are professionals. Like if I say the first person, which was Ayo, he said he's an attorney, and you kind of wonder the kind of things that comes out from their mouths. Are you like, if I'm in trouble, would this person really represent me in court? The thing is, I love information. In my house, you could see about 2 or 3 television glued to the news. The only news I don't listen to, and I'm sorry to say that, is false news. I don't listen to false news. They are biased. And it's nothing. It's because of the person who owns it, which is Murdoch, who is here and there chasing money all around, from wherever he can get it. That notwithstanding, can we remember when Donald Trump went to McDonald's to buy burger and fries? Who broke the news? That is journalists, right? Now, could anybody have imagined that a whole president of America will leave the food at the White House and go all the way to McDonald's to buy whatever, probably $1 meal that he bought, whichever way, whatever it is that he bought, and that he stated that he loves eating those things? That they brought it to our notice is not because they hate Donald Trump, but it's an information that is desirable, that for us to, that's why you see sometimes when people talk, when you have more information about them, you say, this is the reason why this person is saying this, and this is the reason why this person is saying this. I've said it before, I don't know if it's this platform, I'm into psychology. That's what I practice, that's where I work. Now, for the fact that the People's Gazette brought the fact that the CJN went, overseas, disguised himself, in whichever way. Even somebody was saying, oh, what is the disguise about being in a wheelchair? And I looked at myself, I said, wow. Someone even said, oh, we all learn English. And you'll be like, how do these people reason? But, just like how our fingers are not equal, everybody, their own understanding are not equal. They just understand it the way it is. My own personal contribution to this will be, if truth to be told, let the CJN recuse himself. He will not die. He will not die. If I were to be him, recuse myself and let other people handle it, because he's already kind of like complicit in the matter, being the fact that one, he's friends with Tinubu. And anybody telling me, oh, do you know that probably the meeting was just about their friendship? That person must be shut up, don't use that word. That person must be from another world. Yeah. Thank you.
Let me just, there's something you mentioned, I want to make it clear, in a way. You said that about, I think we were talking about Trump and buying fast food, and you said something like that he left the food in the White House to buy something outside. Is it what you said? Yeah, there's a point to be made there, because most people in Nigeria probably they don't know this, that the president pays for his own food right at the White House. It's not like in Nigeria where they make a budget and they tell us feeding for the president and the vice. Anything they eat in the White House, the president will pay from his own pocket. So that's the extent that serious countries have gone to. We are still a lot behind, and you would think that we want to catch up, because we want to be a top nation in the world. But any attempt to make us raise the standard, some people want to bring us back by saying that, oh, we're just beginning. Um, anyway, let's
There's
go.
one thing I wish to say, please. I don't know. Can I say it?
Go ahead.
Now, there was one new thing I learned about the judiciary here. Maybe you can correct me. One of my students didn't come to class. So the next day she came and told me that she went to court. So I had to look at her. So, what you go do for court? I don't know about the judiciary. Go and meet the HOD. If he tells me to waive the quizzes I gave that day, then fine. When we went to the HOD, I went and told my supervisor that one of my students went to court, asked me to do what I don't know. She said it might be judicial duties. I asked, what is judicial duties? That was when I learned that those in the United States are being mandated, those who are citizens and residents, to come to court to listen to the judgment. That after the two councils talk, then those who came to court will be asked what they think about the judgment. Then the judge will now finally give the final verdict. So it seems as if they want the judgment to have a human face. So when I heard about that, I said, wow, this is beautiful. So it therefore means this lady, I thought she committed a crime and went to court. That was why I didn't want to just listen to the whole thing. But when I saw this method, I said, this is a nice method. The question now, I always say, how do we implement this in Nigeria? The point now came to me. If you bring it in Nigeria, they will still abuse them. You go always find your own friends who will be the ones to be called. Now I ask the question: how are these people selected? They say they are selected randomly. You don't even
randomly.
But in Nigeria, we will. If I say, because I ask myself, can we implement it in Nigeria? They will always try to corrupt the algorithm to always select specific people who will set criminals free. That is just one thing that came from. But on a normal day, I thought that method was really nice in such a way that people can tell you what they think about this case. You may have somebody we know is guilty, but you see the circumstances surrounding his crime. You said, okay, rather than me to give you 10 lashes of the cane, I'll give you one. That you should not do this kind of thing, but the circumstances had to compel you to have behaved that way. So it was a nice innovation, but mentality for Nigerians, no, they
Well, Doc, let me say
That's
something.
different from jury duty.
Yeah, he's talking about jury duty. Hold on. Let's say Mama Echo, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, the very first time I was opportune to sit on a jury duty here, it makes me to see how backward we are really in. A situation where the lawyers from both parties will not just present the case to the judge, but present it to the jury that is selected randomly and give them reason why they are speaking for their client. And the jury decision is what forms the basis of which the judge will make his pronouncement. Now I say we must carry this thing to Nigeria. Not be only half democracy we go collect from here. Then we'll go collect more from UK. Then when they go first talk, America, but the real cocoa that makes America to be great, we are not ready to practice it at all. Now the one when it favor our corrupt practice, now we go carry put for head. Like person when carry shift and this title for head. You see, me and my children, when they play on a joker card, we get the correct Ogbonge to play this time. We are taking over. Make una go relax. Because if I thought we even say make we learn from history from now, una no put anything for ground reasonable for me and my children to carry on. So everyone I don't practice for Nigeria, we go wrap and put for inside dustbin. We go come grand and share and throw away. Then we go start a better Nigeria for ourselves and for our children. You see, this security is ending in this one. We now get my children to contend with us, and we are ready for the fight. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's we have to round up in a short while. We don't have the whole day today unless I get any help from somebody. Bas, go ahead. Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. This is like my first time I've actually come into this space. Yeah,
Nice to see you.
and I've actually listened to most of your broadcasts, and yeah, but I've been listening especially to what Mr. Sam said today, and I think the major problem we're having is that public servants refuse to be accountable to the people. And the problem with that is that your salary, your welfare, everything is actually paid by these same people that you don't want to be accountable to. And that's a very big problem in that kind of society, whereby you have been selected or allowed to hold a position of high esteem, where you have been placed such that people will look up to you for maybe how do I put it, for you to be for a level of integrity, and then you act in a manner that that is questionable, and you expect people that pay for that same position not to question it. It's like I don't understand why people think like that. For instance, somebody have asked, oh, why did they publish this and why? For instance, Mr. Ruford, if you have a case in court and you, for one reason or the other, have information that the same judge that is going to judge that case is meeting the opposition or something, how will you feel? Will you trust that court, or will you trust that case is going to be judged in a manner that will be fair? Of course, you have doubts. And that's the case of this same issue. You have just the way it looks, the way a manner, you traveling, or even just knowing that you want to have a meeting enough has caused doubt already. And you expect people to just look the other way and not want to ask questions. That's not fair. And we have to, as a society, to decide whether we want to hold these people accountable, or we just want to have this banana republic where people can do as they wish, and we just let it be. I'm in a country, I'm in a country whereby every public, I'm in UK for it. I'm in a country whereby even the prime minister violated a rule that he set, and he was actually fine. So I'm saying that at what point do we hold these people responsible? At what point do we decide, okay, my child will grow up in a country whereby he feels safe, or he feels that he can say things and he will be defended? How can I go to a court and knowing that the other opposition is in the meeting?
All right, I think Bas just his computer is frozen. Let's go to Mark. Then I'll come to Olabode.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this session is like just a roundup, isn't it? Roundup.
Yeah, roundup. Yeah, we're rounding up. Yeah.
So I wanted to add that I don't have any concrete conclusion as to, or whether maybe the conclusion is still in the pipeline. They haven't found it yet, as whether the meeting transpired or not, and whether it was bribery. I don't have any conclusion yet.
Okay. All right, Mark. Thank you. That's good. Bas, you want to finish up your thought before we go?
Yes, like I said, I'm just Mr. Rudolph. Just tell me, at what point do we, as a country, decide we want the rule of law to be rule of law? And that's it, because we can't keep living like this. We can't keep doing this to ourselves. Thank you.
This is my personal opinion. Okay, we are building a critical mass. This is what we do here. A lot of people are watching this. A lot of people who probably will not have thought about things this way, the way you are saying it. Maybe they will come to your side and buy that viewpoint. And when we have that critical mass, maybe there will be change at home. I don't know, but that's what we hope for. And the fact that more people are leaving the country, they are experiencing another structure, different structure, and they are beginning to say, why is it functioning here, but it's not functioning where we come from? And they may come to the same conclusion, and then action will follow. Olabode, you're next.
Yeah, good evening, my brothers and sisters. I believe we are hearing each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Olabode is my name. I live in the Europe. Actually, I'm presently in France, and I just came back from Nigeria.
You are in France?
Yeah, presently in France.
Can you go to the airport and... I'm just kidding.
I'm 2 hours away from the airport.
I'm just kidding.
Okay. Brief one, a quick one. I just came back from Nigeria about less than 3 weeks now. I make sure I voted before leaving. My own conclusion, or let me brief what the other the media guy has been saying the other time. For CNJ to disguise, that shows the man has something in his cupboard. He has skeleton in his cupboard. Anyway, we have a country. I've been in this country for almost 30 years now. Even I'm older than the president of France, Emmanuel Macron. He's just 40 years old. He came into power at 39 years. The prime minister in Finland, this lady is 35. So what is happening that we can't entrust our economy, our country to a young man? I spent almost 4 months before coming back. I left since last year. This wala of petrol and using naira to buy naira, I experienced this nonsense that even on my way coming back to pay my excess luggage, I wanted to pay the lady euro. The lady said no, she preferred naira. I say, hey, no be small matter. Sir, I traveled sir, I'm sorry to bother you with too much story.
Go ahead.
I traveled from Ibadan to Shaki. Is less than 3 hours journey. I spent 50,000 naira to fuel my car, sir. Sir, then I was coming back. Let me because I have small fuel inside my car. So on our way going to Shaki, we bought 20,000 naira. So getting to Shaki, coming back to Ibadan after about when we finish all our 5G like that, we just a little bit away from Iseyin. Fuel turn red. We have to fuel the tank again. We go on petrol station. The guy say no, we know they collect card. They want cash. We don't get cash until finally God come help us. We see one station. We give them card. They say yes, we go collect. I say put 30,000 naira. The girl and the other guy was looking at us and say, Oga, we are not putting fuel in the jerry can. We are not putting fuel. I said they sell, they go now. Brrr, 30,000 inside fuel. That is a day journey from Ibadan to Shaki. I spend 50,000 naira. How many people can afford it, sir? Everybody was looking at each other's face. Anyway, don't let me bother you too much. I spend all this while I do too much. I'm a Yoruba man with my name, you can see. I do a lot of Faji, NUJ in Ibadan. We go to recreational. Anytime I stood up to talk, they will say, this Shure man, na Rabu Raza man. They say, now only you from diaspora want Shure. He's too radical. He's too this. He's too that. At the end of the day, when you ask them, what is the crime of Sunday Igboho, where Seyi Makinde no fee know who can kill people from your house, they go keep quiet. What is the crime of Kanu, where they go carry him from Kenya or where to lock her up after the court say make they leave her? At the end of the day, they will just stand up. They say, this place is a Faji place. It's not political ground. I will just keep my mouth shut, carry my key, waka go. Look at this. From nowhere, they go bring Obi to camouflage. Now camouflage PDP man. At the end of the day, look at Shure. Shure is not my biological brother, but I've been following Shure right when I finished my secondary school. Shure was Even staturely, I'm taller than Shore that time when he was the university president of student union or whatever in Unilag. I saw this man. That's the thing that draw me to him. Since then, anywhere I hear Shore, I will see what thing they do or what is he reading, what he's saying. This is a man that has put his life on a pipeline for more than 20, 30 years now. And he's been fighting. This man is not tribalistic. If you talk, say, Shore head no correct. If you get problem, he go still stand behind you. If you say you get correct, if you get wahala, he go still fight for you. His brother has lost his brother in this fight. He has lost everything. They blow his nose. They shot him in the leg. All of us see him. They lock this guy up for no reason. They go carry him with pajamas. All of us see him for hotel. The man did for pajamas. He they sleep jeje. Assuming woman did there now, so they go expose him. Say maybe they carry in trousers, they go down, he won't do the thing way man they do. Now so they go pour him. Person we no get jackknife. They carry gun, go William, like say now Osama bin Laden, they won't go carry. At the end of the day, they don't get reason to carry this man. And this man say nobody, they can't take Obi camouflage. All our youths, they can't swim behind Obi. Me, when I tell them, I say na camouflage PDP man be the Obi will no get guts to go show himself for Anambra where he stay for 8 years. Well, all the same, my conclusion be say this our so-called youth, the average people we don't get most of the major problem we I see apart from religion is the average one we God don't bless more, we don't build 3-bedroom bungalow, has more car, like all those their common car, Toyota Camry or Toyota Corolla. Or they don't get thing to reason again. All what they want say na APC, na Tinubu, somebody that cannot stand on his 2 feet. Now I won't put down to be president. When a country like France they use Emmanuel Macron or Finland, they carry a lady of 30-something years. Where they do. So a young man come out say he's too radical, he's too stubborn, he's too this. So what do we really want? Somebody say let us go. I want to become Biafra. I want to become Yoruba. They go kill person for your house. They go Guam for Kenya. Somebody say, okay, come, let us come together as one country, but we need a better country. They use DSS, they chase them up and down. So what exactly do we need? It's like Nigeria, we like just like area father they talk. Charlie boy say our mumu never reach. If the suffer reach proper, I think say things go they correct, but we are not suffering because using naira to buy naira, my brother, I beg. That's my own brief conclusion. So we are not really ready. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate everybody that joined us. Oh, there's somebody else who's here. I was going to round up, but for old time's sake, Jude, welcome to the show.
Hello, people. How are you? How's everybody doing?
Good. So Jude, we are rounding up. I don't know if you watched our conversation with Samuel Ogundipe, Peoples Gazette.
With Sam Ogundipe. Oh no, I didn't watch that.
Okay. Say hello to people, and then the mass is about to finish.
Oh, the mass. Well, I didn't watch that. Well, what I wanted to say is still regarding on our country and what is going on, and especially most of us here, I believe almost all of us, if not most of us, are all parents, and those who are hearing us every day, they are parents. Please, I enjoy every of our parents. Please, wherever you are, train your children well, please. All these Agberus now that are leading us, they all came from homes. When they were growing, their parents, they did so many things that their parents overlooked. And now they have all grown to be tormenting not only their parents, but their families and the whole country at large. Okay, they say charity begins at home. Okay, any broken society today is traceable to homes in that society. We should do better. We should not leave our children and say, oh, it's a child, let him continue in a bad behavior. Oh, it's a child, don't discipline him. Oh, leave him, he's a little child. He doesn't know anything. By the time they continue to grow and have that form that bad habits at that early stage, psychologically, children go through different stages of development. And once they have imbibed, once they go through that early childhood without any correction and they're allowed to stray, to do whatever they like. There is no way you can change it when they have grown to become adolescent and then adult and so on. Okay, Tinubu had a father. Kiamu had a father. All these people that are considered nuisance that have become thorns on our flesh today, they all had parents. They grew from home. They didn't start this thing today from home. Obi, we are all following today. He came from a family. I believe this training, the way he is today, was as a result of family background, the way he was brought up. Most of us today, Rufus that is even here, that is always giving us the opportunity to talk, I believe he is here the way he is today is because of the family, the kind of upbringing the family, the parents gave to him. And you and I that are here today, the same thing applies. So all these Agberu, like they say, even fools grow old. Okay? When people come and call these people fools, idiots, people will begin to be angry, but they have forgotten that fools grow old. These are fools that started from their homes, that their parents refused to give good upbringing, and now they have become a thorn on our flesh. So please, I enjoin every parent, continue to train your child right from the time you give birth to him. Continue to direct him to the things of God, to have good virtues and good values. That is the way we are going to build a better and a stronger society.
All right, thank you, Jude. Let me play this because Jude prompted me to remember this video. All right, I hope it plays.
Rigging, INEC, ruling party. In a main work. INEC Zuma Yoshine nursery school. Our children are taught to cheat from the nursery school. Even in a primary school, teachers need an exam. Ke school 100%. In primary schools, some primary schools, including in Kas Nobo Kangwe. And children are taught as kids that you shouldn't be honest. All you need is to get what you want. A JZ in a secondary school or current job, parents pull their children from where they should make efforts to pass exams and take them to schools where they will get excellent results for subjects they know nothing about. Mwanya Commissioner for Education. No, where? Tenta. Our schools ne 200 ne SS2. Manoru hene SS3. Hega hortati. Makane parents ekpolurin dozo jegre ne miracle centers. Oruo ne jambo, sorting and no sorting. Under ne je nelen dozo jambo. Jiru sorting, jiru buying results, jiru body and money. Make they graduate. Mbano ne school, rig students union election. Professors will rig faculty election and departmental elections. Abia Nenguru, you rig chieftaincy election, traditional ruler election, town union election, you rig all of them. Abia ne parish council, ne parisha, you rig CWO election, Sion election, CMO election, and some of us priests and sometimes bishops will want to impose their preferred candidates on the people and everything. Rigging. Abia Ziogo election. In the university, people who never matriculated graduate from universities. And professors who collect money from students or other bodily inducements for them to pass exams or for them to supervise their projects, transparent in election. And then suddenly, Boshe election, all of us who have been cheating from birth will begin to discover they need a return.
All right, we have to end it there. Jude just made me remember this video. I wanted to play it, and he was essentially.
That's a very wonderful one.
He was essentially saying that people, we're all responsible for the society that we live in or we've created. There was something that Peter B used to say. That the society that we abuse today will take its revenge on our children. Sometimes we think we can isolate ourselves from that. We cannot. But we have to stop it here. I have to go. And Obisi, what do you want to say?
Sorry, just the news this morning. Former number 2, Oladipo Dia, died this morning.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
we heard it,
We started the show on that. I
Okay,
talked to Samuel about that. Yeah. But I want to thank everybody that joined us today, especially those watching at home. We appreciate all of you, those in the studio, those that participated, and our guest, Samuel. We appreciate the work you're doing. I hope you join us again next week, and we are going to get a new guest, a very interesting guest to join us. I have not confirmed it, so I can't announce anybody yet. But thank you all for joining. Mama Echo, thank you so much. Dr. Berichi, thank you so much. Nubisi, thank you. Igbo Basics, thank you. Austin, thank you. Labode, thank you so much. And I will see you guys on Saturday. Take care.
Continue with the good job you're doing, Dr. Cook.